Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode 44 of the Former Action Guys podcast, and I'm your host, as always, Justin Kramer. This week, I have my buddy Matt Koetting on. He is a he was a Recon Marine, also an infantryman before that. He did 2 deployments to Iraq, a deployment to Afghanistan. Then he and I did a deployment together on the 11th MU in 2014. He was medically retired from the military. He struck an IED on his deployment to Afghanistan. He was part of the Marjah invasion, Operation Moshtarak. So great conversation. He's now out of the military. He's working in Vegas, or he runs a company in Vegas called Invictus Experience. So check that out on his Instagram, Invictus Experience. Overall great conversation. Super long conversation. So be prepared for that. I hate for you to skip over the second half of it. If you're one of those people that only listen to like 30 or 40 minutes, I highly encourage you to listen to the entire thing, because we talk about we just go over so many different things, and we go back and forth about all these different topics. So if you don't listen to the entire conversation, then you're really missing out on some good content. So just take a look at that. And as always, if you're not watching the video, then make sure you subscribe to my Former Action Guys podcast channel on YouTube. It's a newer channel, but we're growing. We're at 96 subscribers at the time of this recording. It's only 2 months old, maybe a little less. So make sure to check that out. If you're on Apple Podcasts, please, you're like one of the only people that can actually put out reviews. So please go on Apple Podcasts and leave a review if you're enjoying the show and stuff like that. That way other people know that it's a legitimate show and that you're going to get something out of it. Please do that for me. All right. And then finally, make sure to check out my website, jkramergraphics.com, and my Instagram page at jkramergraphics. That's jkramergraphics.com. And my Instagram page is at jkramergraphics. Or you can contact me at formeractionguyspodcast@gmail.com. Like I said, awesome episode. Please watch the entire thing. Enjoy it. And have a good one. I'll see you next time. Let's kick this off. You're on the show. We're here. Welcome to the Former Action Guys podcast. So you and I saw each other last this summer. You were the last person I saw on my road trip, actually.
Yep.
I had just finished driving cross country and back. Swung through Vegas. Wanted to say what's up on my way through. I probably looked like shit. I just got done. I came off BLM land and drove to your office to say what's up before I headed back. So for everybody that doesn't know, Matt Koetting, you were a staff sergeant in the Marine Corps, got out, medically retired, I won't say former, Recon Marine, infantryman. You were a machine gunner, correct?
You should say washed up. I think that's the correct nomenclature.
Washed up Reconnaissance Marine. Well, I don't want to tell your story, so you want to go ahead and tell us when you decided to join the military and what was your motivation to do that?
Cool. I think the more the more you talk story with people and kind of get used to that, you realize probably a little bit unique. I grew up in Detroit, and I don't tell a lot of people. Actually, a lot of people don't really know this, but I was incarcerated or in like a camp for kids, I guess, like a camp, like I'm going to go to school out there from 14 to 16 in Jamaica. So I wasn't doing too good in high school. Yeah, I got locked up for being kind of a knucklehead. I was down there for about 18 months. I was listening to one of your podcasts the other day, and you were doing kind of the talk with, I can't remember who it was, about why they joined and everything. Everybody mentions 9/11. I wasn't actually in the U.S. for 9/11. I didn't know about it till about 2 months after it happened.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they screen your mail and you don't see the news or anything down there, and like it's a pretty weird place. But in any case, so 9/11 happened. It became a different scenario for like parents and court systems to have U.S. kids abroad, and they pulled me back the U.S. I finished high school, which I probably wasn't going to finish high school, prior to going there. And I was working and stuff and going to college. I dropped out of Michigan State after a semester and just joined. I had a couple buddies that went in around like the 03, 04 timeframe. That was kind of like my high school class growing up, the football kids and everything. Mm-hmm. And some of them went off to Iraq. And I think, interestingly enough, I thought they were like over there just in the shit, like just hooking and jabbing.
Movies do that to people's psyche.
One of my best buds was a generator mechanic on the airline, so I get over there and he's dusting off his rifle out of his can and everything. Yeah. I'm like, oh, fuck, bro, I'm going to Editha. So I mean, I joined the Marine Corps in the span of like 48 hours. I was
Really?
Yeah, I was bored. I went down to the DEP station from the west side of Michigan over to Detroit, where I was originally from, and yeah, went home. Told my parents I was going to go be an 0351, shoot a bazooka or something. The recruiter, I did all right on my ASVAB and whatnot. The recruiter was like, "What do you want to go do?" And I was like, "What do you mean? What gun do I want to carry? Like, what do I want to do in the Marine Corps? Like, what else is there to do besides,
Fight.
being a Marine?" Yeah, we got a lot of things going on. I was like, well, I'm just stuck with infantry and figure I'd get over there on that. And yeah, the rest is history, which I'm sure that's why we're here to get into that conversation for it. It's been a while. I've been out since 2016. I did I think 6.5 years at 1st Battalion, 3rd Marines. Just kept extending because 3rd Marines out in Hawaii is kind of good living. I mean, if you're for different reasons, if you're a grunt and you're over there, it's good living because you deploy a lot, right? They don't have a whole lot of room for people on island.
Really?
Yeah, I got 3 tours like Iraq, and or OIF, OEF, and before I even hit my 4-year mark.
Oh shit, dude.
Yeah, so you could like extend and stuff. Well, the 3rd one was when I got all fucked up in Marjah, right? So,
of course.
And then it's good living out there on the island. You travel around a little bit and good training and stuff, and just you turn a little hippie.
Is it 1-3 that's like? What's their motto? Are they the balls of the Corps, or is that somebody else?
No, that's 3-1. So
I got it backwards.
Dyslexia. Yeah, so we were lava dogs, which is like the worst one, right? Like lava dogs.
That's right.
And,
that's right.
But it's also fortune favors the brave in Latin is the kind of motto behind it. And so when I got to 1-3, man, they did Phantom Fury of Fallujah, right? Mm-hmm. So those are my heroes. When you get there, you hear all about it, right? Like November 2004, where the fuck were you? I'm like, I was in high school or something, was dropping out of college, being a knucklehead. And then I did the Korengal Valley before 10th Mountain got there. Pretty decent deployment. They did pretty well over there. And then, we went to Haditha and then back to kind of Fallujah, Karma area when that was cooling down, and then Marjah.
Okay.
Busy battalion.
When you joined and you were like, hey, I want to be an assaultman, which is exactly what I wanted to do when I came in, but obviously that didn't work out. I ended up being a fucking mechanic, which was It is what it is. What was it like when you got through boot camp, or were you an East Coast guy or a West Coast guy?
I was East Coast. Yeah, I went to Parris Island, and then like 6 of us from ITB or SOI went to Hawaii. Everybody else went to like 2-1, 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines, and then 6 of us went out to Hawaii just randomly.
Yeah.
And
so I've had a few infantrymen on already, but you're the first one that I've had on video, and I know some people haven't gone back and listened to the audio ones. So can you kind of explain how SOI was for you, and then at what point in SOI does it break up, and then you get your individual specialties?
I get what is like 3 weeks, maybe. I didn't take SOI super seriously, to be honest with you. And I didn't take a lot of that part very seriously. I went into boot camp like pretty out of shape, drinking from college. I was like, I'll figure this out, So it was definitely a new experience. And I think like 0351s and SOI, they kind of got it made in the shade, man. They don't have to carry around the heavy machine guns. And they do some decent ranges and whatnot. The one thing I remember from SOI, do you remember the video? It's like a viral video, and you've got like he's either a gunny or a master sergeant, and he's giving the speech to the Marines before they go into Marjah, and he's talking about John Glenn and Howard Metzenbaum, right? So,
dude,
so that's Walgren.
That speech gives me goosebumps every time I hear it.
It's such a good one. So Walgren, he was a staff sergeant at the time. He was. I don't remember if he was like our staff in TOIC. He was a E6 somewhere in our chain of command at that point, and he gave us that speech in SOI. And I just thought it was. And the guy used to drink, on a hike, he'd have a mug of coffee and just smoke Marlboro Reds, which I thought was cool. So I think the biggest thing I remember from SOI is just like trying to become immersed in the infantry culture while also being a total knucklehead in North Carolina. Right. Mm-hmm. I remember my buddies,
Camp Geiger,
got hookers at the Triangle Hotel.
Oh my God.
and this was new to me. It was kind of a new experience, I suppose. And so, but I was like, I had a serious girlfriend. I ended up getting married to her at the end of SOI. Solid idea. Recommend that to everybody. And and
I did mine on boot leave, so
I didn't want to cheat on my wife, my future wife, so I just paid these hookers to fight with lampshades on their head. It turned out being an awesome experience. Yeah, it was like $50, but it was cool. But
what a weird world we live in.
Yeah. Then my ex-wife, the love of my life, my high school sweetheart at the time, drove down to North Carolina. We got hitched, and then I moved to Kaneohe Bay in Hawaii. And you take a 20-year girl out, or 19, 20-year-old girl out of Detroit, drop her in Hawaii, and then leave for 8 months. Recipe for success right there, So, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
How was it? What was the experience for you like going to Hawaii? Had you ever been to Hawaii before that? Well,
as a kid, I think my family went out there. I like young enough that I don't remember really anything. I think maybe like the aesthetics or the scenery.
Mm-hmm.
I was initially nervous about moving so far away from the US, and I think I was like bummed at, because when you get out of like boot camp or SOI or whatever, you want to go home and like puff that chest out and like show everybody that you're a Marine now. I think, well, maybe I did because I'm egotistical like little shit at that age.
I think everybody does that.
Yeah. So I think the biggest thing I remember is being like, wow, it's going to be so expensive to fly home.
Yeah.
And that faded. I don't know exactly when, but maybe we got busy out there. And I think we explored all over the place. It was just like everything was new, and you're in paradise.
Yeah. I've heard a lot of guys that have been stationed in Hawaii talk about how much it sucks out there. They're like, dude, you're on an island. There's nothing to do. You run out of stuff to do. And I'm like, I've only been to Hawaii the 2 times that we went on my 2 different MUs. And I'm like, I feel like if you're an outdoor person, there's a lot of shit to do out here. Of course, as well as I do that no matter where a Marine is at, they're bitching about where they're at. They'll sit in the barracks and get drunk and just be like, this place sucks. And it's like, dude, you're in San Diego, like it's crazy. So what was your experience in Hawaii, and what recommendations would you have for people that say they have nothing to do?
Oh, I mean, they're definitely there, right? So like, there's a bunch of good like social media pages and up now. I think there's something about K-Bay where they talk about all the barracks and stuff that we used to live in and all the craziness over there. But I mean,
the bastards of K-Bay?
Yeah. The bastards of K-Bay. Shout out to those guys because they put up some funny stuff about Mackie Hall.
I follow those dudes.
Yeah, it's I probably was like that for a little bit. I think I remember like when we first got there, you go to Waikiki, you spend all the money you make as a E2, right? Everything, you just dump it. And then I remember my buddies like, you're hitting the ATM like at midnight because you couldn't hit it because you could only get the max out at a time.
Yeah.
And so we learned that lesson pretty hard, pretty fast. I think we were eating MREs for lunch and stuff by Mondays, like the first time. So, but no, after a little while, like I said, we deployed a lot. So we were busy. You'd be on your workup. You'd go over to the Big Island and train over at Pakaloa training area. And that's, it's like up on a volcano. It's kind of a weird little spot. It looks like, I would imagine Mars would kind of look like, you go over there for maybe like 30 or 40 days, and then you do 29 Palms also. And then you go on deployment and come back, right? So your dwell time, I think, is something like 8 to 10 months in the rear. So it seems like you come home, go on leave, blink your eyes, and you're at 29 Palms again. You know what I mean?
What year did you get to your unit? Because you were in around the same time I was, and we were in during a high tempo time frame when you had Iraq going on, you had Afghanistan going on, and then obviously the normal missions that happen on like MUs and stuff like that.
Yeah. So it was, I went in March 2006, March 15th, 2006. I remember exactly. Yeah. And so what, like, I don't know, something like that.
You got me by 2 months.
14 years ago or something like that.
You were probably one of those nerds at Paris Island that was like, gangway third phase. Because I got there in May of 2006.
Probably. Yeah, I don't know. I was probably a little shit. But yeah, so got there and, so 3 months at boot camp, a month and a half or so at SOI. Oh, I had to go back I had to go back to Paris Island after boot leave to go take a PFT because I blew my shoulder out so bad. Like I dislocated my shoulder to the center of my back. I had it was like hanging out of right here and on the crucible, and I had to go back down there because they were going to drop me from the crucible. I fought like tooth and nail, like I can continue going,
arms all hanging off and everything.
Yeah, like they set it. They reset the shoulder by like having you pull it back around, and it hurt. It didn't feel great. We got that finished, but I had to go back down to Paris Island for like 24 hours to go run a PFT. I did shit on it, I remember, but I got it, but I passed it, to the second class, third class, first class. I don't remember. And knocked out like 5 or 6 pull-ups. Was like, screw it.
They flew you back to Paris Island just to do a PFT?
Yeah, it's like they put me in one of those like med platoons for like 24 or 48 hours, and they're like, you're on, you can be down here. Some of the kids like, you can be down here for like a month, 2 months, like I'm running a PFT tomorrow, getting out of here. Like, no way.
No way, dude. Yeah.
You had like all the guys that hadn't completed boot camp, but they were like senior recruits, basically. It was just,
So when you came back, did they treat you like a recruit, or were you like, they were like, hey, he's good?
I think they were going to treat me like a recruit, or like a in between recruit and SOI, and I just was like, yep, I'm getting out of here. This is not a good place to be. Cause you just saw like, like a holding platoon, you got, 95% of them are going to be, I don't know, how can I say this nicely? Like fucking losers. So yeah, I just like, get me out of here.
I had a kid when I went to boot camp. I went May 2006, and we had this kid that flew with us. There was 3 of us flying out of Indianapolis to go to Paris Island. And normally, if you live in Indiana, you go to San Diego. I actually requested Paris Island because that's what I'd always read about in the books and stuff. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, dude, that's the classic Marine Corps experience. That's what I want. So they told me, my recruiter's like, just write a letter saying that your grandfather went there or something, and they'll let you go to Paris Island. So I did that, and then, like I said, I went down there with 2 other people, a dude and some girl, and the kid was in my platoon, and he was in horrible shape. Like when I saw him going to boot camp, I'm like, bro, like, can you even do a pull up? Like you look rough. And go figure, he got there, and I think he might have gotten 1 pull up, but maybe not. Mm-hmm. They let him stay in the platoon for a couple weeks, and then they dropped him to go back to the PCP, the pork chop platoon.
That's probably what it was called. I don't know.
Physical conditioning platoon is what they called it. And then we continued on, obviously. We continued on, and then we got out to the rifle range, which is like, week 6 or 8 or something like that. And we see him with another platoon that's like behind us, like a month behind us. And we're like, oh shit, that sucks. There's that kid. And I'm like, oh, he's from Indianapolis. I remember him. And then he gets dropped from that platoon. And when we were going on family day, what happens on family day, or what happened when I was there, is that all your rifles are secured and stuff on your racks like normal. And they bring in recruits from other platoons to stand watch so you can go hang out with your family. They brought him from his platoon that was like 2 months behind us and made him stand watch in our squad bay after he could have graduated with us had he not fucked up. And I was like, dude, if anybody's going to commit suicide, it's that dude. I was like, you guys need to keep an eye on him. That's got to be the most demoralizing thing I've ever seen.
Oh God. It's just, that's such an awkward social experiment when I think about it now. Cause I think as a recruit, you're like, oh, these drill instructors, they're in such good shape. Turns out, like, you find out that it was like monsters and cocaine in 2006, right? Like, I don't know for sure if all of them were on that, but they're probably some kind of amphetamines or something. They're running around like crazy, and then you get old. They're like, yeah, go be a drill instructor. I'm like, fuck that. Go yell at little boys for a living. Like, I'm good.
I was in Afghanistan in 2011, and I'm like, you know what? I think I'm going to apply for DI school when I get back. I was thinking about it. I was like, I want to get promoted, because everybody tells you, like, you got to have all these things done to get promoted and blah, 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 blah. Well, I'd already moved to be an 0861, and you do not need to do a B billet to get promoted. So, but I had that stupid Afghan brain, when you're over there thinking about shit that doesn't make any sense, and you come back. I came back, and I called my buddy Matt, and he was at DI school. He got histed. And he's like, bro, fuck this. This sucks. Like, this is the worst thing I've ever done. And I turned that off real quick. I was like, I'm not doing that. That's,
good.
Good on those dudes, but That's a rough life, man. They get treated like shit for at least probably almost a year, that their first year there because they're junior DIs and all that. But anyway, so you came in as an assaultman, or you wanted to come in as an assaultman, but you ended up as a machine gunner, right?
So I came in as an assaultman. I told you I went to Hawaii with 6 guys. Two of those guys. One of them, I won't say his name. He's still active, and on the SOCOM side. And then Mayberry, PFC Mayberry. We're like the best friends in the world when we came in. We're like, we're gonna go to war and do everything cool. Mayberry was a giant dude with like just eat a cheeseburger, gain an inch on his biceps, that type of guy. And so they're like, hey, we need 10351. When we got there, we all look at like Mayberry, like obviously they're picking this guy. Chiseled jawline, just a big guy, like 6'3". And then, they're like, well, fuck, what are we going to be? 0311s? Or they're like, well, we need mortarmen and machine gunners. And we're like, we are not being mortarmen. We're getting out of it. Like, we got to get out of that. So we went right over to machine guns, and that was it, man. That was just history from there.
So they changed your MOS while you were in the fleet?
I did. So I got the MOS of 0331 probably by being persistent with my installations personnel administrative center or whatever it is, your IPAC audits. Yeah. I just always said I was a 31. And then I ended up on my MOL having 31, 51, and everything else after that. Although they're I think I had like 7 or 8 MOSs when I retired.
Nice.
But yeah.
When you got to your unit, so you got there and they're like, hey, we're going to be deploying here pretty soon. So did you roll right into a workup?
Yeah, I got there. I think we were like the last boot drop to get there. There might have been 1 or 2 after us, but it probably didn't go to our company. They were already like, I think the guys that had got there before we did had already been in a workup for like 2 or 3 months. Mm-hmm. And that's most of the workup for Hawaii. So I got there in March. Or excuse me, I got there maybe June, July or whatever after boot camp. I went in March, June, July, and then we left, I want to say almost a year to the date after I enlisted in the Marine Corps.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. And then your first deployment, you went to Haditha, is that what you said?
Yeah, I went to I was in Haklania, which is south of Haditha, Bonnie to here. It goes Haklania, Bonnie to here, and then Haditha. And I started off as a gunner on, I think, like a second Vic in a convoy in a, what do we call it? I think we called it a MAP platoon. We weren't CAT, but we called it like a mobile assault platoon.
Yeah.
Back then. Funny enough, I actually got like kicked out of that platoon. Remember the guy that threw the dog off the cliff? It was a viral video. And I was like, they made like all kinds of YouTube remixes.
I actually never watched the video because I thought it was super fucked up, but I know what you're talking about.
It is, yeah. It was crappy. I think just I don't know. I'm not going to condone throwing dogs off cliffs ever. I mean, we probably shot a couple dogs and whatnot. I'm not super proud of that, but
for the people that may not know, though, dogs in Iraq and Afghanistan are not like dogs here in the United States.
Yeah,
they are pure like security stuff. For a lot of them, they're just like these. Some of them are like wild animals almost.
I think so. I never shot. I don't think I ever shot a dog. I killed a cat. Well, I think the thing is now that I look back at it and like we were grunts, we really weren't like snooping and pooping on patrol. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But when you have like you walk around a corner and there's like a cat like rah, rah, and dogs barking at you and stuff, guys are like, they're gonna find out where we're at. We're gonna get in a gunfight. That probably wasn't the case. So I think that's why I say like I'm not super happy or proud of that as a Marine, but I don't know. I didn't arbitrarily go around and just like off dogs. But anyway, this dude threw one off a cliff. He was a dickhead anyway. He used to like fall asleep in the vehicle, and I was like the only boot in my truck, so I'd spend a lot of time on the gun, like just covering while dudes were kind of racking out. We were working pretty hard up there. We had a pretty high op tempo. It was one of the more kinetic deployments in Iraq. It was right after the Haditha massacre. I can't remember what unit that was, where a couple Marines got blown up and then they got in a firefight and cleared a apartment complex or something like that.
Yeah.
Decent amount of civilian casualty, I guess, that went on there. And so it was a pretty kinetic area. And I just didn't get along with that guy. I didn't get along with a lot of the guys in my truck. I think I took it pretty seriously, and we were just having like a lot of issues in that platoon. So I got a couple like scuffles with those guys. Specifically that dude that threw the dog off the cliff. I remember we got in like an argument or a fight outside our little chow hall, and kind of called bullshit on some of the stuff that was going on in that platoon as a lance corporal, which probably isn't the best move.
I don't appreciate that.
I ended up going over to 4th platoon and just running point for a squad of 0311s, which worked out really awesome. My platoon commander was a staff sergeant at the time, so it was that kind of living, and it was cool. He's a Marine gunner now. I'm still friends with him, but it was an interesting thing. I got to go out to a platoon that guys like these guys ended up being some of my best friends in the world, moving on. So that's awesome. It's pretty interesting. And it made
you never know the path you're going to get, you get weird, whatever, like, hey, go do this. And it ends up changing your entire like career trajectory or whatever, or how you look at things just because of it's an opportunity that you wouldn't have, realized before.
Yeah. And those guys all got like court-martialed for that thing. So I was glad to not be there when they threw the dog off the cliff.
Oh, that's what I was getting ready to ask you, if you were there when he did that. Yeah.
No, I'd already been kicked out of the platoon because we were fighting about. So the dude that threw that dog off the cliff fell asleep while he was driving and almost drove my Humvee off into a wadi, like a big giant ditch on bronze. Yeah. And I remember being in the turret, like looking. I think I had like a right or left sector. So you're looking off to the flank as you're traveling forward. And I'm like, is this Humvee like getting, you don't get tickle strips in Iraq but you're like, dude, are you all right? And I'm like kicking around down there from the turret because, it's my lower half of my body is down inside the Humvee. And the dude was sleeping and the vehicle was like veering off like that. And you're like, fuck, I'm going to die with these guys and it ain't going to be in combat, So
yeah, it's it's kind of surprising the amount of guys that were killed from stuff like that. Like I know during the invasion there was like a tank crew that was killed because the driver drove into a wadi, and I think they all drowned. Stuff like that. That's so I looked that up. Man. The Haditha, it's super sad. Yeah. The Haditha massacre was 3-1. That's what it was.
Yeah,
December 2006. They were charged. 8 Marines were charged for that.
Yep. I'm gonna run to the door real fast and grab my coffee.
No, that's cool.
You can still hear me? Sorry.
No, go ahead. Oh, she left your coffee outside the door?
She left it by the door. She does. My wife's a social worker, cool. So she's like, I don't really care. She's been doing like her meetings and sessions with patients and stuff right now. It's obviously pretty crazy, as you can imagine. She deals with like felons and she had some veterans too, veterans and felons. But yeah, it's interesting.
So you said you had a really high op tempo there. What kind of missions were you guys running on normally?
When we were in that mobile platoon, it was just like a mixture of logistics and, I don't want to call them presence patrols, but it was. I mean, there were shows of forces, stuff like that. Get the Humvees around, see everything. We had like a 7-ton in front and I think 3 or 4 Humvees. But when we got out to 4th platoon and we were in this, we called it the COP, the combat outpost. We were right along the Euphrates River and we were in like an IED belt. So right between that hotel from the Haditha massacre and Haklania. And if you keep going north past that hotel, you have the Haditha Dam, which is a major piece of infrastructure in the Anbar province in Iraq. The Euphrates River runs through it. And I remember when we first got out there, type of missions, stuff you don't think you're going to do in the Marine Corps. We chopped down like 40 trees, birch or beech trees. They're hard as shit. I mean, it probably took us, guys were out there all night chopping trees down so we could see them where they were laying in IEDs. We were finding, triple stack 155, stuff like that all the time. A couple guys got blown up, not hurt too bad. We were actually I think there was a battalion from 5th Marines or 8th Marines as well at the same time. So we were the first 2 battalions to come back from OIF with no KIAs. So nobody killed in action.
Can't be mad about that.
No, it was cool. Yeah, we had some attachments that were killed in I think they were in a track or something like that. They got killed in IED. And then I had a couple guys that I went to SOI with that died in a boat in the Euphrates. I don't know
Really?
this. Yeah, I don't know the story really. I don't think anybody really does. You know, they were in a boat for some reason, something mission oriented, and guys, I think they drowned. I'm not exactly 100% positive, but
There used to be a lot of those boat patrols in Afghanistan. Actually, there were some Anglico guys that would go out with some. There's like SEAL teams and stuff that would go up and down the rivers on those boats, and we had Anglico guys that would go out and support them. You know, doing fire support and stuff like that. So it's an interesting mission. That'd be. I heard about that mission while I was in Iraq. I was a loser mechanic, man. I was sitting in TQ, hating life, you know, because I wanted to be an infantry guy. So I'm sitting there hating life on TQ, and I hear about missions like dudes going out on boats, and I'm like, man, this sucks. Like, what am I doing? This is my war, you know? But it is what it is.
It's interesting. I think, like, you know, grass is always greener, right? Like, a lot of guys now, I go back and talk about, and they'll be like, man, I want to do especially now where you got guys that came in, you know, maybe after really conventional forces were over in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they maybe did all MCIWS. So and I can tell that they're like legit struggling with that. So we'll have conversations about that, and I'll be like, man, yeah, I'm glad I did all that stuff. You know what I mean? I'm glad I got like my stack on my chest and didn't really ever have to like worry about that stuff. But at the same time, like, it comes with a lot of other stuff that I would probably like give ribbons back to like not have that type of crap going on. You know what I mean? We can get deeper into the weeds on stuff like that, but I think it's always, you know, you did a lot on the combat side. I guess maybe in like the second half of your career, would you say, is that accurate? Or?
Yeah, because so I lap moved while I was in Iraq. I changed jobs in Iraq because I was like, "Fuck this, man, this sucks." And do you know Chris Harper? He was over at 1st Recon Battalion. He and I worked together as mechanics back in 2007, right? And then he was one of the first people I ever met that was like, "I'm going to this unit called MARSOC. I'm trying to go to MARSOC." And I'm like, okay, what's that? You know, like, I kind of knew what it was, but he was telling me about it. And he had gone to ANS and he finished, but he didn't get selected. And I think he was like one of 3 guys that didn't get selected out of his class. But because he passed, he had an opportunity to come back. But at that time, they didn't have an MOS. So it was like, hey, 5 years here, and then you go back to go back to the fleet. And for him, they were telling him that if that happened, then they may send him back to be a mechanic. And he's like, dude, fuck this. So he ended up lap moving to go to Recon. And right after he lap moved to go to Recon, that's when they changed it and they gave him an MOS for MARSOC. And then he was pissed he didn't go back through selection. But anyway, I was in Iraq and I knew he was at MARSOC because he still, the hell was that? Oh, my phone fell. He still went to MARSOC while he was going through selection and stuff. They still sent him over there as a mechanic. And then when he didn't pass, he stayed there as a mechanic and he ended up deploying with a team. And he got to do all kinds of cool shit. He got to go to like the defensive driving, you know, where they teach how to steal cars and then how to freaking drive them like maniacs. He went to like jump school and all this shit. So I was a mechanic in Iraq and I'm like, dude, I am not staying as a mechanic. I am not going to do that. And I went and I put in my lap move package to be a fire support man, an 0861. And originally they were like, hey, there's no more seats. There's no more boat spaces available. So you can't do that. And I'm like, dude, fuck this. I was like, you know what? If I'm staying as a mechanic, the only way I'm staying is if you send me to MARSOC. And I had the monitor actually look Harper's name up and what unit he was at. I was like, send me to wherever he's at right now because he's actually getting to do cool shit, even as a mechanic. And then that's when they're like, okay, we'll do that. Come in tomorrow and get your orders and sign your paperwork for your reenlistment. And I came in the next day and the career planner was like, hey, man, I got some bad news for you. And I'm like, what's that? He's like, you're not going to MARSOC. And I'm like, dude, fuck this, man. I'm getting out. Screw this, screw that. And he's like, well, you didn't let me tell you the good news. And I'm like, dude, well, first you didn't tell me there was any good news. So first off, he's like, but your lap move package got approved. You're going to be an 0861. And I'm like, fuck yeah.
That's cool.
So that's when I switched. 09 I switched. And then I got back from Iraq in like August and went to 10th Marines. And then I started, training and then deployed with 3-6. So yeah, I did like my time as a mechanic, my 3 years as a mechanic was different than a lot of mechanics because I got attached to 10th Marines to go work on the ITV, that little Jeep looking thing, and the 120 millimeter mortar. I was on the test team for that.
That's cool.
And so through that, I got to go to like 29 Palms. I got to go like, which people are like, why the fuck would you want to do that? But as a mechanic at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina's 2nd Maintenance Battalion, where you don't even get issued a rifle until you go to the rifle range, and then they take it back from you. Like going to the field was super cool. So I was like, this is awesome. Like, I love this, you know? I got to go to Alaska. I got to go do all this cool stuff. And that's when I was like, you know, I really need to get away from being a motor T mechanic. But the grass was definitely greener. There are some good things and some bad things. I would definitely 100% do it again. There's guys that love being mechanics, and that's all for them, and that's what they're all about, and good on them. I did not like doing it. I mean, I didn't mind it. I like working on my own stuff, but I didn't like doing it for the Marine Corps, because now I'm fixing Humvees, I'm changing transmissions and engines, and I don't get to actually drive the vehicles. I just get to fix everybody else's mistakes. So,
oh yeah, I think there's a misnomer that like those vehicles are actually cool to drive, dude.
Yeah.
You know, like so. And we'll put that in perspective, though, right? Like grass is greener. That could be like a theme. I was originally, you know, you do your 2 deployments, and I'm like, all right, yeah, I'm gonna go to college or something. You know, like I figure this out, and you know, I definitely wasn't thinking about re-enlisting. My 2nd deployment was, so they were demilitarizing Camp Fallujah at the time, rolling everybody into Bahariya, which is that like lake right next to Camp Fallujah. And we were out at the Karma IP station. We were like one of our weapons platoon, and then I think there's a couple other guys, but they were mostly using special operations forces, Rangers, SEALs, some Brits, stuff like that to do JPEL hits. And we were out in that area. And when we got to Karma and Fallujah, 2-3's battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Goulet, had just been killed in a suicide IED attack, right? We call it like an S-Fest or whatever. And their sergeant major had, if I recall, I think he lost both his legs. A lot of other guys got killed. So we thought we were going into another kinetic area. I fired my gun once in anger that whole deployment. And I was wearing silkies and a Kevlar, and it was just a weird, like, it wasn't even a firefight really. It was just people were harassing us. I got tired of standing up QRF, 50 times. And, we went back and bucked a little bit just to get the guys to fuck off and go away. But the area we were shooting into, we knew there was like, your right lateral limit was like a bunch of truck drivers sleeping in their cabs. So trying to get a squad of Marine infantrymen not to like shoot everything they see, in a 180-degree fan is pretty tough. And it was just like, it seemed weird. We had, I don't remember what they call it, like blue on green or green on blue in Afghanistan. They didn't really call it that then, but we had like Iraqi police living with us. And then we would find like IEDs in our 7 tons.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So like we were next to a courthouse. What? They would like put grenades in MRE bags, and then you'd like send the boot out there to go to a working party. Thank God nobody got hurt on that, but it was just weird living. And I came home with kind of a sour taste in my mouth because we had a guy get killed at the end of that deployment, Lance Corporal Riley. And it was just it was strange to not be in a kinetic. It was strange to be in a kinetic deployment and be getting in gunfights and finding IDs or like, having whatever, getting ambushed and stuff. And then going to, and we're kicking doors down a little bit in 2006, not as much, but I mean, we would do clearing ops, and, once in a while you'd get a good house, or we'd have kind of the same houses that we knew shitheads went back to a lot. So we'd visit those. And then go to a non-kinetic deployment and have somebody get killed like a few days before Christmas and like a few weeks before we went home. That was goofy, really sad. And came back and I was like, I think I'm going to get out. Went back to Detroit, where I'm originally from, and the economy had collapsed entirely. So when you talk about like, and I was a grunt, right? So I was qualified to be like a security guard at that point, I think, or go to college or a cop maybe, but I definitely wasn't going to be a cop because I think I went in the Marine Corps with felony waivers. I had like, it was like prior to going to Jamaica, I feel you. Drug waivers and felony and just like, I didn't ever get convicted, but I didn't have a good background going in. Yeah. So like, whereas a Marine, I could get a clearance and stuff like that by, putting in my time. Law enforcement departments are like, back then they were like, "Do you ever smoke pot?" I'm like, "Yeah, a couple times. It's on my recruiting thing. A couple thousand times, whatever." And law enforcement departments were like, nope, get out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's so you're from Detroit, which is super interesting because I think I was telling people like 5 years ago, I'm like, dude, Detroit is a shithole. However, it's coming back. I'm like, if I had like a ton of money, I would be buying property in Detroit right now because all that property is going to be worth money. Because it's like a grassroots effort in like Detroit to like revamp parts of the city and stuff like that. I know it's still got its problems and everything like that, but how often do you go back home to Detroit?
It varies. I mean, I have some work there now that I'll go back for on occasion. Sometimes 3 or 4 times a year, sometimes once a year. It depends. I still have a lot of family there. I love it there. Like I grew up, my parents split up and then got remarried to each other. So like, and I don't know if like daycare was like as prevalent or whatnot, or maybe we just didn't have money for it. We were kind of like, we're constantly moving farther and farther outside of the city. My dad worked for Ford, and like I grew up in the plant that builds the Mustang during the crack era in Detroit in the 80s, right? So like you're walking around that's like your babysitting is like walking around the Ford plant seeing dudes with like needles in their arms in the bathroom passed out and stuff.
What?
Yeah, it was just not like every day or anything by any means. But yeah, my old man just worked his butt off over there, and we definitely have like an underdog comeback mentality,
Yeah.
Every time somebody says you're from Detroit, I'm like, yeah, we gave you the automobile and the 2-day weekend. You're welcome. So
Yeah.
Henry Ford made Saturdays days off because he wanted more people to drive. That was the first really time in America when that happened. But yeah, I mean, at the time you mentioned buying a house. I went home and was looking at a house. I think it was like $80,000. And I was like, I don't know if I could swing this. A mortgage is a big deal, The house sold for like 450 grand a few years ago, So yeah, I wish I would have made decisions like that. But I decided to stay in the Marine Corps. I did. I went home, saw the economy, saw my friends and their parents like losing their jobs and getting laid off, and I was like, nope, the Marine Corps seems pretty good now. Hawaii's pretty rad, and yeah.
Yeah, no, the Marine Corps. I was talking to somebody the other day about it. They were I don't remember. I was talking to somebody the other day. I was like, you know what? The good thing about the military is like during economic downturns, like right now, like we're having this whole issue with this virus and everyone's like losing jobs. I think there's like 20 million people out of work now or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what, you're going to get a paycheck in the military, though. Yeah. It's consistent. They always threaten to shut the government down. Yeah. And you might not get paid, and that's super annoying. But I don't ever think they ever delayed a paycheck while I was in. I don't know. Maybe you remember, but I don't think they ever did. But it's you're getting a paycheck, and that's kind of the draw for the military, and that's why a lot of people like you end up staying in because you're like, you know what, like I could get out and go venture off and try to start over and do my thing, or I got this nice safety net here where I'm getting paid. I got to go to work, and honestly, if you're a piece of shit, like the military will let you just hang around and collect a paycheck, and it's ridiculous to me. I think they should be able to kick people out a lot easier than what they do, because there's a lot of people that do that. But I know what you're saying though, staying in, and I had never planned on getting out. Like when I got to my end of my first enlistment, I was like, dude, when I joined to make a career out of it. I was going into it with the mindset that I'm staying in for 20 years. And I had that mindset all the way up until my last enlistment when I got sent on a MEU and I was like, fuck this. And then they sent me on another one and I'm like, I'm out. Like that was cool. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Anyway, so between your first and second deployments, how much time did you have and what was like the workup for you? Because you didn't really get to participate in the first one. So how was the workup for that second deployment?
I remember we came home and I think we came home and our block leave was at Christmas time, if I remember correctly. I think we had like split block leaves and it allowed like the whole battalion to go home at Christmas time. I went to infantry squadrons course. There was a couple seats in it. And if you didn't go home on block leave, they sent us to it. And I guess there was a lot of like corporals and guys with a couple deployments that didn't want to go or something like that. Cause that's kind of the norm. And I went with, so the two of the guys I went to SOI with, AJ Mayberry, and another guy's, he was I think he was a corporal at the time. They both got promoted pretty fast. I was still a Lance, and Squalier's course was a slay fest. It was tough, and we went to some of the training areas in Hawaii are it's a really small island. I don't think the training areas are particularly tough. We don't have a lot of like mountains like Southern California, but you have double canopy jungle. Maybe I don't know if it's true triple canopy or not. You learn kind of to navigate without GPSs, and it was a good course. I was really proud of going to that and getting through that and making it back, and then being a squad leader, or like at least qualified to be a squad leader, because I was a machine gunner. So did that, and I think you were bulletproof at that point. You came back from deployment and you had your new combat action ribbon that you just like just opened out of the PX and put on, and it was interesting.
You're like, yes, I'll wear Chucks on Fridays. Check it out.
Yep. Like I can't like stop staring at my chest. My eyes are up here.
I know. That's the thing, dude. It's funny, like wearing your uniform with ribbons, and that's everyone judges people constantly. You just see everyone checking everybody's ribbons out, like this motherfucker. Look at him, he only did one deployment.
It's
fucking people.
I didn't. I'd like to say at one point, I joined the Marine Corps to like serve my country. I do that in air quotes. I just didn't. My mentality about things have changed substantially since I was a teenager. Right, I would go back and kick my ass then. I didn't put a lot of research into it. I didn't even know there was girls in the Marine Corps at the time. I didn't know what the MOSs were. Out in Hawaii, we had. You got 4th Force Recon out there, but you have really no interaction with special operations. They exist. I didn't know what Recon was really. But I know that I got Marines for the first time. I got my group of boots, right? My machine gunners. And that was pretty profound, man, being, 20. Oh, I got divorced right after I got back. So that was, an interesting thing.
That's the worst.
I just came home and was like, yeah, this isn't going to work out. Like I sent her back to Michigan, and or sent her back like I FedExed her or something. But no, I was just like, this isn't going to work out. A lot of guys were getting divorced, and I just was like, I don't really want to like destroy my career by going down that path. I think I'm just going to throw in the flag. And we went through the process for all the way through my second deployment. It took that long to get divorced because I didn't really know what I was doing and I was busy. So did that, and I had a wonderful group of Marines. I mean, and if I go like now, and I say that now in hindsight, looking at it, because they're like lawyers and the guys are doing stuff or they're in special operations. They're all over the place in the world now doing wonderful things. So very fortunate to be with the crew that I had, and we were thick as thieves, man, in weapons platoon and in the machine gun section, and I stayed at that battalion for a while. I extended after those 2 deployments, and I stayed there for another year and a half, and I became. You talk about the mentality in Hawaii. I'm sure I had that naive shithead teenager, like whining about being in paradise, but I embraced it probably somewhere in between that first and second deployment, and then more so towards the end of being there, to the point where I still go back to Hawaii a lot. I have a lot of wonderful friends there. And I miss it a lot. The place is paradise.
Do you fly out there, Space A? Do you ever do that?
I never have.
No?
Yeah. Every time I've gone out there, it's been for work, so I didn't have to pay for it. So, I paid for it.
Free flight either way.
Yeah, it was like I expensed it or whatever. So,
Yeah. I know what you're talking about, though. Like, when you get a group of guys, I always tell guys, I'm like, if you didn't like your first enlistment, your second enlistment's not going to be like your first one. Yeah. Because now you're like a corporal or a sergeant. You're in charge of people. You have a real effect on what's happening within your unit and, what's happening. So it's a tough call. Like, you don't want to tell someone to go and do 4 more years, because that's a huge commitment on someone's life, 4 more years. But at the same time, it's like, dude, the second enlistment's not the same as the first enlistment.
Yeah.
So
and we had it good out there. I mean, when I came back from that second deployment, I think I extended on the second deployment to go on the third, because Afghanistan was already in the mix. We were talking about it. I was like, cool, we got 2 wars going on right now. be nice to see a change of scenery. I heard it was pretty rough over there, and it was 2009, I think, at the time when we got back. Yeah, it was 2009, and they were like, "Hey, we're going to." I don't think we knew where we were going yet, but we knew it was going to be in Helmand, and the whole group I had extended. Like the guys I went to SOI with, all of us stayed out in Hawaii and extended. We had guys that stayed extended for like their 4th deployment out there. Some early Afghanistan vets. So like, this is cool. We'll do this. Did that, and went on the 3rd one. You did the whole workup. You go to the PTA thing for a while, and then you get like it's like mountain. I wouldn't say mountain training. It's not Bridgeport, but it's up there. I don't know what the elevation of Loa is.
I've heard it's pretty high. That's where they go shoot arty at.
Yeah, it's like breathing through a trash bag when you're up there, and then it's all pumice and stuff, like all lava rock. So it's pretty interesting terrain. That's why I say it looks like what Mars would probably look like, And we went up 29 Palms, and I wasn't the section leader. I was a squad leader, machine guns. That's in the world. Mars, and then we had our machine gunners were probably capable equally of being the section leader as well, and they farmed us out last minute in Palms. So they were like, "Hey,
hold on just a second. Your internet connection's messing up.
How are we doing now?
Hold on. It's kind of freezing up. Skype, man. What are you gonna do?
Well, it's 9 a.m. and everybody's waking up and getting on Netflix and the stuff these days. So
yeah. So go ahead, and what were you saying there?
We went on that deployment, got ready to go on that deployment, and they split up our like really tightly knit weapons platoon, and then just like drafted us into the 11 platoons to be squad leaders out there. So I got a squad of 11s, and then I also got a machine gun squad attached to me. And then I got, with our platoon, we had mortars and assaultmen out on our patrol bases. And we lived, kind of the expeditionary patrol base lifestyle out in Afghanistan. I was in Nawa, which is Helmand province. Geographically, I believe it's south of like Sangin and Marjah and Lashkar Gah and everything. And, we got the Marjah mission came down, I think, a few months into the deployment. And so, but Nawa was really nothing going on. It felt like we were training in Afghanistan. Like I was seeing who could take the longest patrol out and like just break dudes off on 20-mile patrols and like stay out for days. I was like, guys, we're going to get in a fight. We thought Marjah was going to be bad. They were ramping up. They were announcing it all over the news. We were catching a little wind of that. Yeah. And we did. It was fucking awesome. I got to do everything I want to do in the Marine Corps.
When you were doing your workup for Afghanistan, how different was it? Did they alter your like training to be more Afghan specific because you had been doing all this Iraq stuff? Because for those that don't know, like Iraq is more built up and more urban and stuff like that, whereas Afghanistan, where we were at in Helmand, is like country. It'd be like going to Iowa out in the country,
It'd be like going to the 15th century is what it's like.
Yeah. It's like Iowa, for like over 100 years ago. They're all living in mud huts and stuff like that.
Yep.
So did they change your guys' training like plan to focus more on the Afghan mission?
I think we adapted over time because to compare and contrast it, my Iraq workups, my first Iraq workup, all our seniors were Afghan vets and Fallujah vets. So you had kind of the Fallujah guys and the Afghan guys, and you were closest to probably the Afghan guys. So I think we probably trained for Iraq with an Afghanistan mentality the first time, and then adjusted and then went into Afghanistan with a little bit of an Iraq mentality. The biggest thing I remember is I did a lot of the Arabic language training on my first deployment. Like I learned pretty much operationally how to manage our interpreter and then how to speak a substantial amount of Arabic to the point where I did it like for my platoon almost. And I was not interested in learning Pashtun or Dari at all. It just seemed like it would take me out of the fight. I was busy. I had, guys that I wanted to make sure we're ready for it, and I focused more on that. And we trained for the conventional fight, man. We trained weapons and combined arms a lot more, I think. And then when we got to Nawa, we were like, this is boring. Like I thought it was hot over here. I thought it was going to be busy. And then the Marjah mission came down, and when the Marjah mission came down, it was kind of weird. I was living on a patrol base. I didn't think that the platoon I was in was really doing what we were expected to be doing, if you will. Mm-hmm. It was kind of like my platoon sergeant ended up in a rubber room after that. So, he's okay now. I think I don't really keep up to him anymore, but he was kind of a hothead. I mean, and I had some younger 0311s, some of my boot Marines or whatever as squad leaders. So I kind of had to fit in and fill the role as the platoon sergeant quite a bit there. And then, and not by billet, just by necessity, right? Like guys weren't really figuring out what was going on. They weren't getting clear taskings. Our weekly op orders would be like, go patrol an area that you think has problems in it, and I'm like, hey, I'm supposed to get directives here. And so we stayed busy, and we trained, and we got better at patrolling and more in touch with kind of the culture. And we say the baseline anomaly, right? Like we started to understand the baseline better over there. And we worked a lot on night movements and things like that. And not a lot of grunts actually even know how to use their night vision. So that was something we focused on a lot. And
what?
Yeah, it stuck.
Well, first, when I was in Afghanistan, there was almost no night missions being run. Most people, once it became nighttime, it was almost like they weren't doing anything. Mm-hmm. There were some sniper missions and some, stuff like that they would, put dudes in places into their hides and shit. But for the most part, nighttime was like, okay, it's nighttime, everyone come inside, which kind of blew my mind because we always we own the night, look at our cool night vision goggles, but they're not as cool when you actually use them.
Yeah, well, I mean, shit, back then I had, when I first started, I think I had the 7 Bravo, the dual tubes to 1,
Oh, really?
And then with 14s, but the temperature changes and everything over that, you started to work out. The thing was, we weren't getting in firefights at night, right? Like the enemy sleeps too.
Yeah.
But mobility was challenged. So being able to move at night and being able to get to a different part of your AO, to try and avoid IED laden roads, which a lot of them were, and moving off of the roads and using canals and using terrains and terrain and just being mobile like that. We worked a lot on that, and a lot on just being sufficient and living as a rifle squad with attachments off of your 3-day pack, which I don't think we did a lot in Iraq because it was so urban. We never went out for 2 or 3 days at a time. We went out constantly, but it was just, you always had a place to go back and resupply. So we got used to that. And then the op order for Marjah came down. We prepped for that for about 2 or 3 weeks. And my first team leader, who is a good friend of mine, he's still around as I was. And his sister was killed in a freak accident. A logging truck got unbanded and she was killed. And so he had to go home.
Jeez. And
he didn't want to go home at all. He wanted to stay. And there was some stuff with a kid that he ended up, I think, adopting. And so he went home. I had to basically shuffle my entire squad around again. I left a couple guys back in Nawa, and then we went to Marjah as a company minus reinforced.
How pissed were those dudes that you left back?
They still probably hate me to this day.
They're like, you motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm a lot of them. I'm glad I left back for different reasons. I don't think I had the most fair mentality on that. They probably shouldn't have left that in my decision as a corporal at the time. But no, we went to Marjah and we did, you do everything. And I don't think a lot of people get to go to that fight in the Marine Corps, but we did everything we trained to do in the Marine Corps.
Well, but I want to get into Marjah and what you guys did there. But before that, you said you prepped for Marjah for 2 to 3 weeks. So can you tell me what are some of the things that you did to prep for that? And 2, can you real quickly kind of explain the differences in threats that you saw between your Iraq deployments and then what you were seeing in Afghanistan?
I think at the time, if I'm putting in context of what I was thinking then, we became used to Iraq from anecdotes of people that had been there before, a pretty well-developed military industrial complex around the Iraq thing, right? Like we had at that point thousands of role
logistics
players.
were.
Yeah. And so, and then you had the big bases that were like, the land of the big PX out in Iraq and stuff like that. And then when we got to Afghanistan, Camp Leatherneck or Bastion was tents. It was a few tents at the time. So, you expected more austere terrain, right? You expected, but the biggest thing we trained was like, we knew the medevac scene was going to be different, right? Like we did some ground medevacs in Iraq and stuff, and you had a higher level of care there. Afghanistan, substantially different, but we were training to go into an area where we didn't know what the resupply timeline and logistics were going to be like. They were doing helicopter drops at the time. There was the roads weren't clear. I mean, we had to spend a substantial amount of time getting the roads and the supply lines open, and then just the conventional aspect of it. Like IEDs were such a concern, and I think we compared it to Fallujah because, Phantom Fury and Fallujah 1 was the pamphlet campaign. If you're a good person, get out of town. If you're a bad person, stay here, we'll fight you. Right. Yeah. So we did that in Marjah. Turns out a lot of people in Afghanistan can't read. And also they're not going to do what you tell them to anyway, as if
they can't just leave. Fallujah is a major city near other major cities. Down in Helmand province. Again, it's like going to Iowa, into one of these farming towns. There's nowhere really for them to go. Like, where are they going to go?
Yeah, they're not going to their summer house, man. So a lot of good people didn't leave, and I get a lot of funny stories about Afghanistan. One of the most memorable ones I remember is all the kind of regular gear prep stuff you get where you're figuring out what as a reinforced rifle squad, or like kind of a super squad at that point. I mean, I was taking out like 40-person patrols as a patrol leader.
Holy shit, jeez.
But you figure out what you needed to take in, staying, and from food and water to like all your ordnance and your weapons and equipment and everything like that. And I remember doing just, we call them junk on the bunks in the barracks when you lay out all your gear and go around and inspect it to make sure it's all operational in there. But, you lay them out in a big motor pool, like dirt lot with rocks all over it. And I remember Navy CB ground guiding one of the maybe like 5 tons, or I don't know if they're deuce and a halves or whatever, and ran over my gear layout because he had headphones in while he was ground guiding. Wasn't paying attention, so he snapped my rifle in half. We had just BZO'd, and we were loading the helos that like late that night, early in the morning, right? So it was like a couple hours before the big show, and my rifle is now in 2 pieces, broken at the barrel extension, and I'm like fucking losing my mind on this CB, like about to like just murder the guy, and
rightfully so.
Yeah, and my XO came over and like kind of grabbed me. It was like, hey, this guy's an idiot. Don't worry about it. We'll get you another rifle. Let's get all this stuff set up right now. All right, cool. So, major life lesson, like you can fix shit, like it works. And so got the boys ready. And I remember going through on that gear inspection, and everybody had all their sleeping systems laid out, but we couldn't fit all the ammo in our packs. I remember I was carrying I think I had 2 law rockets, like the small law rockets. I probably had, 30 or 40 rounds of 40 Mike, rifle grenades, lots of ammo, 240 rounds, saw rounds, stuff like that. And we took claymores and all kinds of stuff like that out there. And we couldn't fit everything in the packs. It was like playing damn Tetris, right? Like we're sitting there like packing these rocks over and over again. I'm like, you know what? Count off by 2s. They're like, oh, I'm like, they're 1, 2, 1, 2. I'm like, all right, 2s. Take your sleeping systems back to your hooch. They're like, what? I'm not taking a sleeping bag. This is bullshit. I'm like, you will never all be in your racks at the same time. So like, don't jerk off in your sleeping bags, I guess. I don't know. Can I say that? Like, that's pretty much what it was.
Your hot rack in the sleeping bag.
Yeah, we did that and freed up some space, loaded up all our ammo, and then it was marshaling activities to load helos and go on a helo assault. The intel, it's intel, right? So it's as smart as we are as a military. We were told that we were going to land in an area that was probably full of IEDs and a minefield. That didn't make any sense to me. the
You're
first.
like, this is the best place you could have chosen. Like what?
Yeah, I'm like, is there any not minefields we can land in over there? Like, wow. All right, so it wasn't. I later found out what the actual like intel summaries and stuff said, but I don't remember which of those had considerations or what they're for classified. I have no idea. There's nothing super secret about it, but anyway, we were all geeked up to go into this fight, and probably being fed misinformation, routinely, and it was a total shit show. I mean, you were watching, a company plus a weapons company, with all our stripped down, minus reinforced, like all that restructure, and loading helos with rucks that were ridiculous. Like the guys couldn't move with them anywhere. They had no mobility at all. They had more crap in them. Guys were falling out, walking over to the helo thing. We had one guy that fell out and didn't get into Marjah. He dropped he dropped a tow missile into a canal that was later discovered by a kid and brought back to the base.
Shit.
Yeah. Some guy on post, I remember, bought the tow missile for like $10 and then brought it back. So
how did you just drop a tow missile into a canal?
I don't know, but they thought we had it in Marjah, and it was in Nawa, and it became a thing. And loaded up those helos, landed. I was like one of the first guys off the bird. You got off, and it was like the Pink Floyd laser light show going on because you had spooky overhead and all kinds of air on station, and nothing happened. No mines, nothing. Just a bunch of grunts that couldn't move because their rucks were so heavy in mud that sucks your boots off when you pull your feet out of it. That type of mud. So we moved up to our objective in the morning, and when the sun came up, started hooking and jabbing, man. Like it was just all over the place. It was fighting like crazy, and that continued for days. And
I know a couple guys that were in Marjah as well. I think they were all with 3-6 though, and from what they said, they were told like, hey, bring enough stuff for like 3 days, and then you're going to get resupplied. So a lot of them didn't even bring sleeping systems and shit like that. And then they got out there, and then they're like, dude, we didn't get resupplied for 28 days. Like we were out here just living out of our assault packs and stuff, just struggling, They were also carrying like the Miklik charge, the backpack like version of the Miklik, which is the what is that? Mine clearing line charge is what it stands for. So for those that don't know, that's just like a tube of C4 that they throw out there and it blows up and
800 feet of anal beads launching out there. Don't ask me why I know what anal beads look like. Because I was a Marine and it's weird.
No judgment.
1-6 and 3-6 were in the south. They were the main effort for Moshtarak, and we went in D-4. So we were in on the north doing a feint. Like, we were in to probe from Trek Nawa, which is, I guess, not Marjah proper.
It's north of Marjah.
Yeah, and our Bravo company had been probing that AO for the whole deployment. They were actually, our Bravo company had been having a really kinetic deployment, and we had a couple guys killed already up in that area. And so
from IEDs or small arms?
All IEDs. Yeah, all IEDs. If I ever recall, there may have been some from small arms. I'm pretty sure they were all IEDs. And so we went in there, and it was the 4 days before 1-6 and 3-6 went up from the south, and it was. I mean, I think we drew a substantial amount of, whether they be hardline Taliban or just people that were on the fence and became shitheads at the time, but we drew a lot of them out there and stayed kinetic for the duration of that. I mean, I want to say it was, I think I looked it up. I don't remember the exact dates, and I looked it up. There's like a Wikipedia that some awesome Marine went through and like put all the history together on it, or tried to. And I know I got hit on February 18th. That was my, because it was 10 years ago. I kind of looked at this year. And so we were there for probably like a week or two, maybe. I think we got in on like the 12th. So maybe it was like a week. And we were in troops in contact, meaning like in a sustained firefight that needed support, or something, equivalent to that for almost every day for like, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours.
That's crazy. To think about that in Afghanistan, that's like when I was there, that was definitely not the norm. Yeah, it was more pot shots from like 2 terrain features over, so they take a couple shots and then bounce because they knew you'd kill them. And
I think we had the mentality in Iraq where like all the good Al Qaeda had probably been killed or was like at the top now, and I have I have a lot more respect for Afghanis than I did for the shitheads in Iraq that were there at the time.
Fighters or just the average people?
Both, I suppose. I think they were like, more hardened. They were definitely more savage in what they would do. They'd stack women and kids around them and shoot at you and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
I don't have any respect for that, but it made it a lot more of a challenge, and they definitely didn't have as much resources over there. I mean, shit, they were fighting with what they had, and they could move through mountains and terrains and stuff like that. And
yeah, there were way more IEDs in Afghanistan than Iraq. Obviously, I was on base most of the time in Iraq, so I didn't experience that. But from what I've been told, it's everything in Iraq was. IEDs in Iraq were scarier because they were bigger and more military grade weapons. They would use like actual C4 and shit, pack it into the 155 alum rounds, because once it pops the alum out, it's just that empty canister. So it's a perfect IED. And then Afghanistan was yellow jugs full of HME, the homemade explosives, and a 20-pound IED could either not do anything, catch on fire, or be a fucking really bad explosion that,
and there was like the Afghan, the toe popper equivalent too, right? Or like the, they put little stuff all around the walls and stuff like that. Like they were pretty creative with it, like they were industrious and innovative with that fight, and they had less resources. So,
they would pack coffee cans, put them in a wall, pack them full of like nuts and bolts and like, spark plugs, like broken spark plugs and shit. And that way it would blow out the wall into a platoon that might be stacked up, or a squad that might be stacked up on the wall and shit. Yeah. It's crazy, man. So when you were getting engaged in Afghanistan, when you were going through Moshtarak and stuff like that, what was like your average enemy composition, and what kind of weapon systems were you fighting against?
It seemed like they typically rolled around in like fire teams, and then they were somewhat mutually supporting. I mean, we came up against, I don't know if there was ZSUs. I think as like JTACs and JFOs, we always want to look at, but they had modified anti-aircraft guns that they put in the back of some trucks and would move around with that. So I had my saw gunners were carrying 240s, and my machine gunners were carrying a 50 cal. Which I was
shit, really?
And I don't know. I hope if your listeners are out there, somebody challenge me on this, but I'm pretty sure we're at the time we're the only unit in Afghanistan to carry a 50 cal on foot and employ it and use it, which still makes my 6 to midnight, right? So,
dude, that's rough, man. Carrying a 50 cal around is no joke.
They wanted to so bad, and they were like asking the whole time. And the saw gunners, it was a point of pride because they had a machine gun squad leader, and I had kind of trained them on it all, and so it was cool. It worked out well, and
it's definitely a good weapon system to bring into the fight, though.
Yeah, we used the full gamut of combined arms effect. I mean, I remember they were running. I think they were running pure sections of Cobras, but every time they came off an attack run, they would get the second Cobra would get shot with they'd shoot missiles or RPGs at them or whatever. They were harassing, not super effective. Medevac birds and resupply birds were getting shot at, so they switched to Hueys and Cobras with the GAU and the Huey, and it changed the whole space of that air. We had so much air in the space, and at the time I didn't know as much about it as I do now. So you'd have like a Hellfire missile come down like, 200-300 yards away from your patrol and prosecute a target, and you had no idea what the guy was doing, which was kind of cool. And then you'd have like, they'd be like, roll over to a net, and we were kind of just learning how to, I wouldn't say learning how to, but grunts on the ground. Like you had a couple staff NCOs and officers that knew how to, do that stuff. And we probably didn't know as well, other than like call for fire. I mean, when I was calling mortar missions, like we'd run up, get a grid, swag another grid off of like, 200 or 300 feet away, then run back and call it in on a grid with immediate suppression. And then we just repeat missions on it. And we'd adjust off that. So it was like hasty call for fire. We spent a lot of time with our company, with this team or FDC. We had 11th Marines, I think, down at Fillers Green. Somewhere in Marjah at that point, we somehow had put, I think it was an XCal round. Somebody fat fingered a grid on that, and they landed an XCal round on a hood of a coalition vehicle, like an MRAP or something.
Oh shit!
Guy got hurt pretty bad, but he lived. I don't know him, but I mean, I had to have some surgeries or whatnot. But that kind of goofed some things up, I think, with that. And the rumor was that either our battalion commander or OPSO had called in that. So you had a little bit of mistrust of what was going on then. You had a bunch of young lieutenants that I butted heads with lieutenants a lot on that thing, because you'd have guys like legit get pinned down in a canal, and then you'd have to maneuver, and then you'd come up on the enemy, would have a weapon like a heavy machine gun or modified or something like that, and then the IED fight was obviously there. So it was weird. It was dynamic. We figured it out, we did there, and then that. But
hold on a second. It's all choppy again. Say all that, what you just said, that second part all again.
I don't know. It was confusing. We figured it out, and went like once things settled down. I mean, once 3-6 really started to pick up the fight from the south, we got tasked with opening that back up, like route clearance, which, in the Marine Infinite Wisdom, which I know this SOP got changed after that. We were clearing on foot with EOD and dogs and engineers for vehicles to come back through the path, right? So when I got hit, the vehicle set off the IED, and I was on foot. So it was
really?
Yeah, when we were talking about like the difference in IEDs and the difference in Iraq and Afghanistan, you had a lot of low metallic content, so we weren't finding, or they were buried super deep. The post blast on mine, and I don't know exactly what it was, but they said it was like either some kind of plastic anti-tank mine or like low metallic content anti-tank mine. So it needed a certain amount of pressure to go off, and we had been standing on top of that area for probably hours. And so we didn't find it, didn't set it off. It might have been there for a while. And then it was, accelerated by several of those jugs with HME or homemade explosives in them, those yellow jugs. Mm-hmm. So when the mine rollers, so this route clearance platoon was basically doing a passage of lines, right? Like they were coming through our patrol, and I had pushed everybody off the road. I mean, we only had 4 guys on the road. We had like 40 guys on patrol, but we had like satellites pushed out all over the place, and pushed everybody off the road. And I no shit, there I was. Like everybody will attest to this. Sitting there on a knee next to a canal, like on the little slope that goes off the road. And I'm talking to my corpsman, and I'm like, isn't this ironic, buddy? We're clearing a route on foot for a bunch of mine resistant, ambush protected vehicles. And he's like, goddamn Marines. He's a corpsman. And then like, seconds after that, boom, we got hit. And Mascaz, my squad, I think like 9 or 10 guys got injured from it. Varying degrees. I had open fracture. My right arm that I had no idea about. I'm still like carrying around a rifle. I flew through the air, landed in the canal, and my face was just like shredded on my right side. I had fractured skull. My eye was like swollen over. I didn't know if my eye was in my head. Concussed, pretty gnarly, and a lot of other like shrapnel and puncture stuff and everything. I had a piece that had gone in like in between my throat and my arteries, right? And so I was like kind of oozing, but wasn't spurting blood out of my neck. And my corpsman had one too. And he was concussed, and everybody was kind of like dazed. And then somebody on the south started shooting, because we had taken a little bit of like harassing fire that day. Somebody on the south started shooting, so a firefight went out. I couldn't see anything. Both my eyes were blind. I had rocks, and my Oakleys had like blown into my face. And,
you were conscious the whole time, though?
I probably went out for like a couple seconds, but then I landed in a shit canal, so I didn't drown. I just I remember my brother-in-law, my buddy, that AJ Mayberry, he was over and he was concussed, and he like came over and was looking. I'm like, dude, he's like, man, you're not in good shape, And I'm like, is my eyeball in my head? I'm like, tell me if my eyeball's in my head, like, is it in there? I was worried because I was wearing contacts, and I wasn't supposed to be wearing contacts.
You piece of shit. You probably had your hands in your pockets too, you mother.
I probably did. And
that's what happened. That's why it all happened.
I was wearing white socks too, so just the trifecta. And he he peeled my eye open. I could like feel that, and he's like, "Your eye's in there," and then he threw up all over me because he was concussed. And then
he
when
threw up on you?
oh yeah, all over me. Just
thanks,
fucking,
dude.
yeah, like and they got my corpsman was hurt pretty bad as well too, so he wasn't rendering a whole lot of aid at the time. I mean, he was doing a good job with it. We were kind of coordinating. My radio operator was concussed, so he was like trying to call in a 9 line, like I'm like surgical urgent. Like it wasn't urgent surgical at the time. It was just urgent. So I was like articulating a 9 line to him, telling him kind of what our missed report we used to use then, and
missed. Yeah.
And then we had to get back across the canal, and the PJs flew in and picked me up. But one of the Navy chiefs came out. They hit me with morphine, which they later found had broken off in a lighter in my pocket instead of going into my leg. I think. And again, some of this stuff, it's spotty. It could be lore. I could have remember, and it didn't really happen that way. But it's just like the combined aggregate of the whiskey and lies that we've told over this for the years. But yeah, I flew out in the medevac bird. I later saw like a video that one of the guys in a turret had taken. They had like bandaged my whole head up and stuff with it. And I was walking, got on the bird and flew out of there. Went to shock trauma at Bastion, and it was all Brits. And I remember I hadn't seen a girl in like, I don't know, 5 or 6 months. And you just hear all these like British accents, but I can't see anything. And I'm just like, I love you. Come closer. Let me see,
Hold on just a second. I don't know what is going on with the internet here, but I think it might actually be mine, which is crazy because I have pretty good internet. Give me just a second. I'm going to cut all this part out. All right. Well, it's recording now. I think we're good. We'll just let it go. That's the bad part about doing Skype interviews is sometimes you get that, messed up internet connection. So it's a little spotty every once in a while. Anyway, so you were saying, what was the last part you were talking about there?
I think getting on the bird and getting medevaced and flying.
Shock trauma.
Flying the Bastion. I had like surgeries and stuff there. I don't know exactly what they were. I remember General Nicholson or Nichols. He was the RCT or the med commander that was overseeing that whole thing. They came and saw us in the hospital. A bunch of my guys got medevaced after I did because they were all like traumatic brain injuries and stuff. So, some of them came and see me in the hospital, and it's you start to get like the battle damage assessment from the 2-star general at the time. Was pretty cool. He was telling us like what we had accomplished over there and everything, and it was weird, man. You were like, damn. I had been a Marine for almost 4 years at the time, and I think you were like, I was like, wow, that was so that was what that was like, like that was what we were supposed to do, and wasn't in a ton of pain or anything like that at the time. Really wasn't, like, just was on drugs or didn't feel it or whatever, and just figuring out life now. I was going through, I didn't remember much of Afghanistan, like in the shock trauma side of it. I was quickly medevaced to Germany, had a couple more surgeries there. And then in Germany, it's kind of weird. I think I was in Landstuhl maybe in that big hospital. And then, but that's a weird dynamic because you're around all the people that are in Germany. Like my roommate in my room, like blew his knee out playing football. And I was there like, with 200 staples in my head and stuff like that. Right. With like wound vaccine and you had like, I remember, I think it was like South Dakota or North Dakota brought a senator in to like come see everybody. And I think my pain pump wasn't working that I was pressing at the time. And I was just like, who's the fuck? Like, get the fuck out of here. I don't want to talk to you right now. Like, I did not care at all. Like
cool, man, go away.
Yeah. Oh no, I was like blatantly rude about it, I think. And I remember they came in Germany, some of the TVs flip over to porn in the middle of the night. So this senator comes in and my TV's playing porn in the hospital, or like some kind of softcore porn. I don't know what it was. And I'm just like, get out of here. I don't want to talk to you. Like, off, fucking politicians. And went back from there to Walter Reed Bethesda and stayed there for, I don't know, I think I was there for like 2 or 3 weeks in intensive care. My family like flew down. It was weird. My cousin by marriage was 2 rooms away. He had got hurt with I think 6 Marines. He got shot in the head in his helmet. It hit the front of his NVG mount. So he had a fractured skull, but he was like, brain injury and stuff, but he was in there. And then, it was just total culture shock. Like, I'm back home, I'm back in the US at this point, and I'd never had a surgery in my life. And at that point I'd had like, 10 or 15 over the span of a couple days, losing track of time, going through like all the different meds, seeing all the different docs that were coming in, going into and out of surgeries, just kind of like, it was like you elevate above yourself and you just watch yourself kind of go through all this stuff. And they brought Barack Obama in, the president at the time, came in and gave me my Purple Heart. And I didn't particularly care for Barack Obama at the time. I actually, like, in retrospect, I like him more as a president than I did then. But I had guys that I hadn't seen in years that drove down to like see me and everything, because you're pretty close to like Quantico and Lejeune and everything, Lejeune, and it was cool, man. It was a unique experience. I was happy to be back with my parents, family, and everything, and I was pretty concerned. The way that they like tell your parents when that stuff happens, or I don't know how they do it for everybody, but we had screwed that up a little bit on the deployment. I think they had the casualty affairs officers notified the wrong Juarez family.
Oh my God.
So we screwed that up. And then like, I don't know, I haven't really had this in-depth conversation with my mother about it, but I know they called her and like told her that I was in the hospital and that I was hurt, but didn't tell her like, I think she was just like, is he going to die? And they're like, man, we don't know, like he's whatever. And did that, went back to Michigan for I think like a week, but I had to do outpatient treatment at the VA as like a satellite there, because my home base is in Hawaii, obviously, but my unit wasn't there. And so when I got back to Michigan, my mom, thank God, went through my meds, and I was on like a grocery bag of painkillers.
Yeah.
Like when they went through it, it was ridiculous.
It's pretty common in that time frame too. It was like, just throw meds at dudes. There was a lot of guys that got addicted to painkillers and stuff because of sustained injuries and stuff like that.
I mean, I went through she trashed them all. She flushed them all down the toilet, took me to the VA and was like, she had like got on WebMD or whatever and looked at all of it and like found out that it was like a lethal dose for a horse, basically. And on top of that, I was like drinking whiskey with all my buddies and stuff. And like, they're doing like hometown hero parades and crap. And it was really weird. I think I was now on the other side of like, my boys are still deployed and I'm home. And and I was deep into painkillers at the time. I mean, I think I was taking something like 300 milligrams of Oxycontin equivalent a day, not like Codone or Percocet, but like a substantial amount of it. And I went through like 2 weeks of withdrawals and dope sweats and stuff like that. And was going through all the I couldn't move my arm. My arm was like locked at like this. So I could move my shoulder, but my arm was like stuck there because my right arm had like all been reconstructed through the elbow. And I was still blind in one eye and had like very little vision in my left eye. I had to wear an eye patch. So my buddies all got a kick out of that when we were like going to the bars and drinking, when I probably should not have been doing that at all. But thank God for those guys, because they probably saved my life or almost tried to kill me, but it worked out all right. It was weird, man. And then from there, it was just the long recovery process of having like multiple injuries, like catastrophic ones, and shit I didn't even know about. Like I'd broken my back, but I had no idea because I was in a hospital bed. And so it did that. I went back to Hawaii. I went back down to Bethesda. I don't remember how long. It might have been like a week or something like that. And had to go to, I don't think I had any more surgeries, but I had to go to like all the appointments with the specialists. I had to get like my psych evals and stuff done.
How would you grade the medical care that you received from the point of injury all the way through to, like, before you got back to your unit?
Um, if I'm a person of pragmatism, I mean, like in one sense, the first thing I would say is like, thank God for it. Like I had some of the best doctors, like Johns Hopkins doctors working on me. Some of the stuff they did when I went through like the retirement process and like actually became educated on my medical records and stuff. Very impressed. At the time, it's kind of like the follies of the military. Like I think they dropped an oxygen tank on my head and knocked me out on one of the flights.
What?
Not on purpose, but you're on those.
Yeah.
You're on those flights, and I remember I was concussed on a flight. And like, yeah, again, I don't know. I remember like fighting with somebody in the Air Force about walking off the plane at Dulles because in my head I was like, I walked onto a bird, I'm walking off of it. They're like, you have to get on a stretcher. I'm like, fuck you, like whatever. I'm fighting with people, and but it was top notch. I mean, they're saving people's lives. They've done so much stuff for guys that I knew that were double, triple amputee, single, stuff like that. So I don't think I ever looked at it as like I was like on the verge of death. But then, when you see all this stuff after, you're like, wow, I almost died there. They did a good job putting me back together. And some of the like nonprofit and stuff that came in, that type of stuff, like all the family care and everything, like Semper Fi Fund did a tremendous amount for my family. And
I've only heard good things about Semper Fi Fund. Everybody I've talked to, that they're like, do not donate to the Wounded Warrior or whatever that one organization is. They're like, donate to the Semper Fi Fund because they do so much for injured guys at the Wounded Warrior Battalion and stuff like that. Yeah,
I mean, I have a different perspective now, but they, I mean, you had like people coming in and they're like, they were trying to like give me iPads. I think they tried to give me like 5 or 6 iPads in there, and I'm like, what do I need? I don't need an iPad. I don't need this stuff. Like there's got to be somebody that needs it. Shit. I'll give you an address in Afghanistan, send it to those guys, like that was kind of the conversations I was having. But it was, again, you meet the president, the chairman of Joint Chiefs in my hospital room. And my dad's like, son, that was a 4-star general. I'm like, Dad, that was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. And he's like arguing with me about it. I'm like, no, I know what I'm talking about. Like,
how long did you actually meet with the president for?
I want to say 15, 20 minutes, like of actual sit down time. I mean, there was a lot of it was like, the Secret Service comes in and screens everybody. They take everybody's socials. And, but he came in, he spent I remember thinking like, you probably have to go, cause I'm sure you're busy leading the free world, like that thing. But, and I was on, like I said, I was on painkillers, man. I had no filter. I don't have a filter when I'm not on painkillers. So like, I didn't have a filter at all. I talked to him about, the controversies in the Marjah operation after I had like watched all the news that I hadn't seen during the operation. It was a heavy debate about how many troops to reinforce in Afghanistan with. And I remember being very adamant about telling him what it looked like on the ground to split up companies of Marines and take them different areas. And he seemed very receptive and also very tired. I think that was about the time when Barack Obama's presidency was like, aging him quickly. It was interesting. I tremendous amount of respect for that guy, and as a president, as a person, and that's not a common thing that Marines will say either. No. So I go against the grain on that one a little bit. I thought it was really awesome to sit down and have that conversation. I had, family members that probably despised him, as evidenced by some of the pictures I've seen with the scowls on their faces.
Really?
But I was a little, I don't know. I think I was just like, wow, this is my life now. I'm talking to the president,
I don't get people that can't put politics aside to understand, like, dude, I wasn't a fan of Barack Obama, sure. But if they were like, hey, he's going to come talk to you, I'm not going to be an asshole to the dude. I'm going to be like, hey, wow, this is impressive. Like, I don't know. I think that's an awesome experience that you got to actually sit down and talk to him, especially for like 15 or 20 minutes, because almost every American's only, the only thing they've seen from him is what they've seen on TV and on the news and stuff like that. And obviously that's all kind of produced and filtered and stuff. So to see an unfiltered view and get to have like a real sit down conversation with someone like the president of the United States, no matter who they are, no matter who they are, that's super, super interesting. I thought, flashback to war movies, you see them like, oh, here's your Purple Heart, thank you, shake your hand, and they move to the next bed. So I'm actually kind of surprised that you got to spend that much time with them. That is pretty.
He was
wild.
Actually, he was there doing his physical that day. That was why why he was there. Because I remember my cousin had gotten his Purple Heart from the commandant, and I think that's what we expected. I think they told me they were doing that one day, and then they came in. They were like, "Hey, somebody's going to be a visitor in here, and we need everybody's social security numbers." So we kind of put two and two together. Actually had there was some guys, like there was a couple Marjah guys in there, and a couple intel guys and whatnot. So everybody had like a varying clearance of sorts. So we were all like joking about like, oh, you need our social security numbers? Like, don't you already have enough on us? You know, like that kind of thing. And I was like I was like, I was tired at the time. Like I just wasn't sleeping. And I was just like, can't my mom just do it? You know, like I just, but then when they told
I don't want to meet with the president, I'm tired.
I did. I wasn't super into politics. I don't know. Anyway, I just, I did it. And then I felt like I had to say everything that my squad or my buddies would want to ask him at the time. So that was kind of the mentality I took with it, but very, very grateful for that opportunity. Also, like nobody should be the president, man. Nobody should be. There's not a person I can think of that's qualified for that job, right?
What a horrible fucking job that is. Right?
Sure. Yeah.
Like, can you imagine the stress and like you said, he's tired and aging, It's funny when you look at pictures. It's not really funny, but it's crazy when you look at a photo of a guy that his first days in office compared to his last days in office and how much it ages him. Yeah. I couldn't imagine, like right now with this whole pandemic thing going on, I can't imagine what's going on in the Trump administration and how little sleep some of those people are probably getting, trying to not only like make things run, but then keep the press abreast of what's happening in a way that, portrays it in whatever light that they're looking for or whatever. Sure. I don't know. But I know what you're saying. Like, it's just, fuck that job, man. Plus you're under the limelight. Everything you do is judged. Half the people hate you, like no matter what, you can't do anything right. So no, I wouldn't want to do that. What was like the feeling or mindset you had knowing that your guys were still over there and still in the fight, and now you're here in the States and you're out of the fight?
A mixture of like anxiety and of the unknown. Like I had a little bit of communication with them. I had like, once in a while you get a phone call or something like that, or like emails or like Facebook messages. They weren't really in an area. They had like, I remember when they got pulled back from Marjah, there was a couple other guys that had gotten injured. Nobody from my company was killed, but a lot of our Bravo company guys, and that company had my old gunny was their first sergeant. So was pretty close with them, and they were having a hard time. So you get like these reports in and you don't know what actually happened. Right. So like the unknown is really weird. And then I started to kind of like appreciate the military spouse side. Right. Like I was seeing that. And
that's what I was getting ready to say is now it seems like you're like on the family side of it where you're just waiting for like little snippets of information. Then you're going to sit there and digest that information for days, Yeah,
it was weird. I was, there was definitely in my years of mental health, there was definitely a lot of depression going on with that. And then just like, adapting to now being a disabled Marine, right? Like that was what I was blind in one eye. I wasn't supposed to be driving myself anywhere. And I got in trouble. When I went back to Hawaii, when I get stressed out and like depressed about stuff, I try and occupy myself with that. Like I try and find something productive to do. Right. Yeah. So when I got back to Hawaii, I checked in as a remain behind element platoon sergeant. And in my remain behind elements, Infinite Wisdom, they had no idea who I was or like what had gone on at all.
Oh,
like
really? They weren't tracking your status and stuff?
They were just like, oh, cool. I had been promoted as like, I had gotten the sergeant promotion while I was still in Afghanistan, but I never pinned. And then I guess like, they did like a lot of combat meritorious promotions, and as an 0351 designator, I never got the cutting score, right? So,
like one of the hardest cutting scores to chase is the assaultman cutting score.
Yeah. So I remember like they told me I was promoted to sergeant, but I refused to get chevrons put on me at Bethesda because I didn't want like some dork that I didn't know to promote me. Right. I had to have that from somebody that meant something. So I waited till the guys got back, and they'd be like, "Hey, Corporal Sergeant Koetting, come here," like the Legion or something like that. And so I got like preoccupied with that, and I didn't go to my medical appointments, and I just because I was like busy with work, I was like training new boots, like helping them get set up for the battalion to come back. And so when the battalion got back, I got like called into the battalion commander's office. He wasn't like he wasn't mad at me or anything, but he was like, "Hey, I've got like 75 emails on my Nipper, which is like his non-secured internet, and you know what it is, but for your listeners, about you not going to medical appointments." And I was like, "Well, I've been working, sir. I'm busy." He goes, "Matt, you're not supposed to be in Remain Behind. You're supposed to be in Wounded Warriors. We screwed that up. You're going over there today. Like, go check in." And I was like, "Oh, okay." So went over to Wounded Warriors in Hawaii, which is like a small detachment of Marines. And 3rd Marines had a lot of guys hit from 2-3 and 3-3, but the majority of the guys that were seriously injured went back to California because there's a higher level of care there. And so we had a lot of Purple Heart recipients in the thing, but a lot of the guys were, more so I would say on the post-traumatic stress side, on the mental health side, brain injury type stuff, kind of more of like we didn't have like people that needed assisted living and stuff over there like that, right? So, or at least not to the degree of, a amputee or something of that sort, or somebody that's like, substantial brain injury that is, relearning how to live. I had to learn how to read again, which was weird. I had, I don't know exactly what it was called or the diagnosis is, but I had it was like dyslexia almost, where like when I would look at a page, all the words would like just jumble together. And then I didn't remember people that I had worked with. Like when the battalion came back, I had guys, not so much in my squad or platoon, but I had guys that I had spent years around and I couldn't remember their names. I remembered their face. I knew that I knew them, but I was like,
I hate it when that happens.
"Hey, Corporal,
like
come here," like what? They're like, "What, Matt? What are you talking about?"
I'm always like, "What's up, man?" Like if I can't remember somebody's like, "What's up, dude?"
Yep. So, so that, and then when I was at Wounded Warriors, I was like shocked at that point. I was like, "What the fuck is this place?" I was like, it's like welfare for Marines. It seems like, like all they want you to do is like, not actually sing Kumbaya, but like crap like that. They want to do like nice stuff for you. There's a lot of volunteers, like, bunch of baby boomers coming in and giving you cookies. They're like, "Dude, I don't need to eat any more cookies. I'm trying to get back in shape. I don't need like another quilt," but that makes people feel like they're doing their part, and God bless them for contributing that way. So, tried to learn a little bit of diplomacy there. And then I tried to figure out what was next in my career. Like I was like, all right, where do I go now? I was going to ANS after that deployment. That was my goal. And me and the two of my buddies that I went through SOI with, we were all going to ANS, and I lost the school seat when I got hurt or whatever. I don't know how that actually works, but obviously they weren't sending me over to ANS, and I wouldn't have passed anyway. So, woulda, coulda, shoulda, whatever. But not having a medical physical and having kind of that, one of those life limb eyesight things, like the eyesight is a big deal for that. So went through a lot more surgeries, became used to like living in the hospital, basically. You just go there and wait all day long and go from appointment to appointment. That's not how I hope to go out. So like that sucks. That's just a weird existence. Right. So
how many surgeries have you had total?
The number of procedures is something like 22. But they'll do like, I remember like I got I got my face reconstructed like a couple years after that, or several years after that. Over like my nose was all fractured. I had deviated septum, and then I had orbital issues. So I would get like a surgery on my eye and then a surgery on my nose, and then they'd go in and like remove some polyps and stuff in there that were causing problems and bleeding and stuff. So you'd get like multiple procedures done at once, but I don't know if I probably went under for surgery like 10 or 15 times.
Yeah.
That I can remember.
And all this medical stuff obviously is on your record. So when you finally decided like, hey, I'm going to go to Recon, one, what made you decide that, hey, I'm going to go out and try out for Recon? And two, how did you even pass the medical screener?
So I don't know exactly how that kind of worked out. When I was at Wounded Warriors, there was this fucking living legend, this one man task force that would come by there named Colonel Bates. Um, if Marines don't know his story, or anybody in the military for that reason, I mean they've done like congressional readings about this guy to honor his career, but he never made it to general, so he probably isn't going to get a ton of recognition. But he had 3 Purple Hearts in Vietnam. They call him Colonel One Lung Bates. He was with 8th Marines, I think 2-8. Forgive me if I'm wrong on that, but 2-8, and he got shot in the chest with a machine gun in Vietnam. Got stitched up. One of his lungs collapsed. He had all kinds of damage to his gut, his pelvic region, gut, all that stuff, and that fucks you up. I mean, there's a lot of like long lasting effects of that people don't realize. But God bless this guy, Marine, right? He, as soon as he can walk, he gets out of his hospital bed and goes back to his unit. I'm not one to tell a story. I'm only doing it off of like anecdotes, but I've read a couple books about him that are written out there. So whatever this is true or not, but this is the legend of One Lung Bates. He second time was on a listening position, observation position. We call it an LPOP. He dropped a grenade on his own position when he got surrounded by enemy forces. Killed several guys, hurt himself, went back to the hospital, went back to his unit again, AWOL, UA, whatever you want to call it. Third time he stepped on a punji spike that went through his foot and his calf and gave him staph or MRSA so bad that they retired him. He was a sergeant then when he got retired, and he went through the medical retirement, and I guess he got, I believe, like a bachelor's and a master's, worked as like a postman and a teacher and all kinds of jobs, and then wanted to go back in the Marine Corps because he wanted to be a Marine. Like you can't kill the fight in this guy. And so he went and applied, did all the paperwork. They told him no. They told him he was retired. And legend has it, he like sat on the steps at OCS. They let him run a PFT. He ran a perfect one. They didn't believe it. They made him run another one. He ran another perfect PFT, and he stayed on. And so this guy's a Vietnam vet and an OIF vet.
Really?
Yeah. So I hitched onto that dude like a prison bitch holding onto a pocket. And it was probably one of the best things I ever did. I'm still dear friends with him to this day. And he probably opened some doors for me that wouldn't have been opened. I got pulled out of BRC, which is the selection for the Reconnaissance MOS, and about halfway through, and my medical physical did not have a signature on it, and it didn't have really any pertinent information. And they were like, "Hey, you aren't supposed to be here. You need to go to the eye doctor." And I'm like, did I fail something? Because I'm pretty sure I passed everything, but you don't really know. You don't like. And I sent me around to the doctor and whatnot. I had to like do some appointments, and I came back and just went through the rest of the school. I kind of like begged him not to like get into my medical records and like dig into stuff. And
this was like in the middle of BRC, or this was before?
It was right after pool. It was right after the pool phase, which is usually what washes everybody out. And I think we were going down to Coronado or something like that.
Yeah, they do it over at NAB Coronado, the Naval Amphibious Base. Same place that the SEALs go through BUDS and Hell Week and stuff like that. Which is funny because fire supportmen, when you go to Fort, well, not anymore, I think they're changing it. You go to Fort Sill for like 5 weeks, and then you go out to Coronado for 3 or 4 weeks, and that's where we do naval gunfire. But we would see, like we'd go out and do PT and stuff like that, and we would see like the Navy SEALs running around with their boats and running with the bell and shit like that. Then you would also see the Marine Recon guys, the guys going through BRC that are out there doing the same exact stuff. I was like, dude, people want to like downgrade or whatever, if they don't know, they don't think that Recon is the same. But I'm like, they're doing the exact same kind of like shitty, gut punch kind of training out here.
I got a lot of respect for the SEALs. I do have a lot of respect for the SEALs, NSW as a whole. But I mean, we aren't doing the same thing because our fucking boats are heavier and we don't have nutritionists. And
every Recon Marine, every Recon Marine I talked to about this, I mentioned that how I saw all the training there. Every one of them's like, our boats are heavier. Our boats are heavier. We put the decks in them.
Yeah, like 5 times heavier. I mean, but anyway, it's a different. You gotta think like. The SEALs don't come out of the Navy infantry and go into that, right? Like, so their whole, it's like their crucible all in like, it's like everything from like the, every Marine or rifleman up to you're now a special operator. And by the way, at that time, the United States choice of special operator. So, yeah, a lot of respect for the guy. Chewed a lot of the same dirt. And
So I had Cameron Langland on episode 31, and he talked about kind of BRC and stuff like that. Again, he was one of my last audio only ones. So I know a lot of people probably haven't seen his or heard his episode. So do you want to kind of give a rundown of what the different phases of BRC are, and kind of what someone that may be looking at that as an option can expect if they decide to take that route?
Yeah. They have like pre-BRC and like all the screen. It's changed, substantially. And again, I did not really know what Recon was at the time. I mean, I knew that they swam a lot, and I knew that they, sat in the bush and jumped out of planes and did cool stuff like that. But I think my goal of going over there, it didn't have anything to do with being a reconnaissance Marine, because I didn't know what the hell that was. I wanted to be a MARSOC guy. Somebody kind of told me they're the same thing at the time. There was a lot of mission confusion at the time, but the general difference is that, MARSOC operates under a different title. They are an asset to SOCOM, et cetera, et cetera. Amphibious reconnaissance and force reconnaissance are an asset to Marine Corps units, but they have historically chopped over to SOCOM in some form or fashion, and leading up to when MARSOC was stood up in 2006. Ironically, but actually just fortunately, one of my business partners is a Detachment 1 guy. So
That's
he's,
cool.
he's a retired Master Sergeant, and
that would have been an interesting experience to be Det 1.
Yeah, cool as fuck, right? Like I'm rich, you know what I mean? Like I tell him all the time, I'm like, man, you're to me, you're Steve, but like, rewind the clock several years, and my fucking hero then. He was also a walker as a contractor on our deployment we did together. So,
okay.
But anyway, I didn't go over there like a lot of guys go over there and they're like, I want to earn the title of Recon Marine. It's in our fucking creed. You know what I mean? Like, so I had to drink the Kool-Aid fast. I trained for it at Wounded Warriors, which was kind of awkward. Right. So I had to like go to medical appointments, and I was in like my third period of limited duty. I got my vision back after 8 months. I got a surgery that removed some cataracts and put a implant in my right eye. And I got like, I don't know what you want to call it. I think it was like 2,400 at the time with my vision. So still legally blind in it, but like I could see a little bit more. And then I have glaucoma in that eye. So like when my heart rate increases, that eye goes like completely white. And sometimes it stays that way for several weeks.
Wow. Still?
So I haven't had it happen in years, but it did it several times through. That was what actually ended my career. I'll tell that story a little bit. But I did several times on that deployment when we were, fast forward 2014, 15, I had to go like to Kuwait to go see like a doctor because I was having it happen there, and altitude fucks with it, depth messes with it, kind of everything.
And you guys were jumping in Kuwait, I remember, while we were there.
Yeah. So it was an ongoing issue, and I definitely, just not only just like the major like physiological issue stuff. I definitely had like some shit up here going on, like that's for sure. But I wanted to go over there. I didn't do any of the pre-BRC stuff. I just like looked up the cards from the internet. I called guys that had gone to BRC, and then I threw a ruck on and I swam a lot and ran, and I trained with some of the snipers out in Hawaii that had already been through like a similar kind of sleigh fest. And the guy I was training with was out of 4th Force, and I would go like up there and like just show up to their PT and be like, hey, I'm a grunt. I want to go to BRC. Can I run with you guys or train with you guys a little bit when they were there? And so I went over with the guy that I was training with, and we checked in. His flight got screwed up for some reason. I remember we checked into the barracks over on Horno area, on Pendleton. And then the next day we went into, you run your PFT, you do all your your first day. And the guy I was training with was in way better shape than I was. He would smoke me on every run. I was just always trying to keep up with him. And he kind of sandbagged it on the run. He was a scout sniper too. And he kind of sandbagged it on the run a little bit. Also, he was dog tired. So like, but he was kind of like, hey, I have this selection thing figured out. And I'm like, bro, you need to hurry up. You need to run fast. You got to put out, bro. You're not going to make it. And no shit, they dropped him from the course right when we got into the classroom for his PFT time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that I was like, oh shit, they ain't fucking around over here, And then they threw us in the pool. And I had gone to McQuiss like 2 weeks before that out of Wounded Warriors.
Oh, that helps.
Yeah, that school is the only time I ever wanted to drive my truck into a tree instead of going to work. Because you can't quit.
I've heard it's horrible. I've heard that's just a ridiculously hard course.
It was bad. I thought I could swim. I did not know shit how to swim, but I ended up honor grading that course. One of the arty guys who was like a college swimmer, he just didn't do well on one of the tests. It was a lieutenant. He should have been the honor grad all day long, but he didn't do well on the test, and I did better on the test than him. So, but anyway, did that and then went to BRC. So that was like a good prep for me going in. Did well in the pool. You know, you do. I know. I listen to Langland's podcast. I encourage you listeners, if he did a really good job of summing that up. You know, Cameron, love that guy. We butted heads a lot. He's a quirk. But you know, I enjoyed his company when I was in a platoon with him. And
yeah, he's good people.
He came from a total different background than I did on that side too, right? Like I remember Cameron. I was wondering when I was listening to it. I was wondering if he would talk about we'd razz him and stuff in the field, but he would like bring Subway to the field with him. You know, he'd be like, "Well, if it'll last for a day. I'm gonna eat good for a day, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, whatever, dude. All right, you know, it's just not shit we would do in the grunts. We lose our ass for that." But
he's an air traffic controller, you know.
Yeah,
what are you gonna do?
And again, I have no idea what that was like. So went through. Yeah, just went like. Yeah, it was hard. It was hard. It was tough. I was I was a sergeant with 3 deployments under my belt, and most of the instructors were like sergeants with 1 or 2 or 3 deployments under their belt. And I think I watched that like Discovery Channel Surviving the Cut. So you try and game the game on it, but the TAC instructors make a pretty good effort of like keeping you in the dark and feeding you shit, like kind of that mushroom leadership theory. So you go through, and I mean, I didn't think any of it was like super advanced or anything. It was just kind of like the basics. Patrolling wasn't foreign to me. I'd already been through Squalier's course. I knew how to write 80-page, 5-paragraph orders. So I did pretty well from that side of it. And I think it sucked being in a leadership position in that course, like being in a selection, but also having like 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 boots that just got out of SOI that you try and get through that selection.
Yeah.
And these little fuckers are like drinking Monster and eating pizza. And I'm like trying to like, hydrate and drink, I'm drinking like Pedialyte while they're crushing a Monster. And I'm like, you're just old, you're like in Marine Corps years, you're like 50. And I was, I think 28 at the time, 20.
Yeah.
No shit. I was like 20, 26, but I just come off of, massive trauma to my body and was fighting a bunch of injuries and totally lied to every medical professional I had talked to at that time. I was like, they were getting ready to retire me medically out of the Marine Corps. And I just took off of limited duty, ran a PFT and went to BRC, like just left and got rid of the retirement thing. And I wanted to go to Afghanistan though. It didn't have anything to do with going to Recon. I just wanted to go get back in the fight. And the recruiter told me if I go to Recon, he's like, if you go over here, I guarantee you'll get back to Afghanistan. And I'm like, yeah, okay. We knew not to play that shit at that time. Right. But
yeah,
you were talking about it earlier with recruiters. It's funny how we think that like the Marine Corps revolves around us and it's going to do shit for us, but it doesn't give a fuck and it's going to do fine when you leave too. So I went there, and your first phase is, I don't know if you actually really learn anything in the first phase of it. I mean, I think we like learned how to tie knots. That was probably like the new information I took on. You don't do like the full patrol phase, but you do like all your land navigation and stuff. I had a pretty good leg up on those guys in land navigation because I'd done that a lot. And, but it was still tough. I mean, I was not used to Pendleton. I'd never been there before. And when that Horno fog rolls in, man, and you're dead reckoning, you're just, all you're doing is walking a line with a compass because you can't see shit. I almost failed the land nav portion.
Really?
I couldn't find, this is another weird, so I couldn't find my last point. And on the Recon land nav course, all the points have a dog tag with a fallen Recon Marine on it, which is a pretty cool thing they do, I think. And so the last point I remember, I knew I was like somewhere in the general vicinity because you could like terrain associate and see, hey, I'm in a draw right now, or I'm in a saddle or something. I'm close, but I can't find it. So you're just doing like circle searches or box searches to try and get this thing. And at that point, I'm like frantically running because I don't want to get kicked out of the course to do so. And saw somebody have like we call it a light discharge, right? So a negligent discharge on their red light. Saw like a red light flash somewhere through the fog, and I was like, oh fuck, maybe that guy's at the point. I should go find that. Ran over there, found a box. The box was Seth Algrim's box, and he was a Marine from 1-3 that I knew that went over to Recon and was killed in a training accident.
Oh, no way.
So that's like some, I don't know, serendipity or, whatever. I think there's, I think a lot of buddies that pass away, but I fucking think there's a lot of angels up there making sure I'm around still, so that's pretty cool. Especially after eating an IED from like 2 feet away. Right. So like I shouldn't be here from that, but, that blew the MRAP like 300 feet, or the mine rollers like 300 feet down the road. Somehow I survived. So anyway, that was pretty cool, seeing that. And I think that gave me like a little bit of a motivation thing. And I, probably had the fastest fucking ruck time back after that, and went down to Coronado to do the amphib phase. You go through nautical navigation. You get destroyed a little bit, but like you're kind of used to it as a sergeant at that point. You're just like, I think in McQuist, you have this mentality that like, well, I understand enough about risk management that if they kill me, it's going to be bad for everybody. So like, just put out, I guess I can go till you pass out or whatever.
Now, when you're doing the amphibious phase down in Coronado, you've already gone through like the pool phase and stuff before, right?
Yeah.
How many guys do you think you lost in that period of time where you were working in the pool?
I don't know. I think,
because I know that's like the equalizer. That's what gets a lot of dudes out of BRC and SEALs and everything else is the pool work.
I don't know what the exact numbers were. I remember having like guys that I had briefly met or maybe previously had crossed paths with somewhere in the Marine Corps, because it's not that big of an organization, being at the course. And like, I think when you get to a formal school, especially a selection, but or an MOS producing school, you size everybody up, and there's like, dogs sniffing each other's asses, right? Like I still use that reference in business too, because we do that. But I remember seeing guys wash out of the pool that I was like, I thought that dude was going to be a force to reckon with, and then didn't make it. But Coronado I didn't think was like you're finning, so you're not as afraid of drowning because you float, right? So like there's that. I thought it was a nice break. San Diego's beautiful. You're on the beach every day. Like it was definitely brutal, but I think after, I was in for like maybe 5.5 years at that point, and had already kind of experienced every level of hazing you can imagine as a grunt in Hawaii coming up. And so,
yeah, you understand the game.
Yeah. I didn't really have like an ego about it either. I was just like, all right, fucking destroy me, like here we go. Like
this is going to end. You're like, you can't stop time.
Yeah. If you kill me, you're going to be in trouble too. So like, don't do that. So
I think that's like the most important concept that people don't get a full grasp on, is that they can't stop time. Like when you're in a training evolution that just sucks, it's like, dude, suck it up and get through it, man. Like it's going to end, this is going to end at some point, but you just got to keep pushing to get through that shitty phase that you're in right now.
Yeah, and I had a substantial amount of mental resiliency at that point. I don't think I realized it at the time, but like there wasn't a whole lot that was going to stop me. I was pretty mission focused, and I wanted to be there. I started like drinking the Kool-Aid on the recon culture and stuff like that, and I was like, this is a place where I should get some awesome missions. And the best part of it was, you're around fucking giants of men, right? Like, like guys, like, fuck, our platoon on that deployment, we had like 3 or 4 silver stars in that platoon, like you're around guys that you look up to, that you get to work with every day. And that was something that I was like, as soon as I realized that, I was like, yeah, I'm making this. I'm getting through this. 3
or 4? Who? I knew Tim had one or has one.
So Tim, Frank Simmons, Frank the Tank, you remember him?
Was he was that for the DM work he did, or in Afghanistan?
Yeah.
I remember reading about that.
Dude killed more Taliban than the Russians did, man.
I remember reading about that in the Marine Corps Times and being like, holy shit. Because in the Marine Corps Times, they didn't name him, and they said they attributed him to the actual infantry unit that was there and not with Recon, because they were like OPSEC. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't it like he smoked like 20 dudes with like 21 rounds? Like he took like 21 shots, but smoked like 20 dudes or something like that?
I don't know, man. He was going coronavirus on those dudes over there. And
that's crazy. They got ambushed or something, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I made it a habit to not like really read the citations and stuff like that of people, because our award system is straight bullshit in the Marine Corps, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So, and also I think you just like, you measure the man that you work with on a day-to-day basis. And also there's this mentality of like, yeah, great, you have a bunch of awards. What the fuck did you do for me today?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That was yesterday. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, but, and then Dave Jarvis, the ops chief too. So
Oh, yeah.
I think somebody got one after that. Josh Garrett, I thought had. Oh, he had some Bronze Star. I don't know. Anyway, the guys were stacked.
Just a Bronze Star, whatever.
It was like I was like very happy to go over there as a senior sergeant from the grunts that probably had like actualized a little bit in terms of like where I could go with that career.
Mm-hmm.
And the next step being a platoon sergeant, I had a little bit of a taste of that, and I was like, yeah, this is cool for some guys, but like, I'm not super into the platoon sergeant side. You know, you become less operational and you're kind of just a buffer between the grunt command and that. So I was really happy to go over there and be like a saw gunner again, right? Like just
nobody wants to ride a desk.
It was like prestiging in Call of Duty, right? Like this is what I felt like on that.
I'm back at it. Here we go.
And so and yeah, I mean, I get like, I don't know, man. I guess I just, you know, a course is a course. A selection is a selection. I think now, you know, years later, I've been around guys and I've shot the shit about like, you know, SFQC for Green Berets and, you know, obviously ITC and ANS for MARSOC and stuff like that. And, you know, as special mission unit selections and things like that. So in perspective, that kind of, they call it like white soft, right? Like you're not JSOC, you're definitely a specialized, same thing like Angle Coast snipers. So you're a specialized, you're special operations forces, right? You're different than that. But you're not a SOCOM asset, right? So like, anyway, it was interesting.
It's almost like being in an attachment, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, and shit, like, you know, I never went on one of the mobile training teams or anything like that, but like, you know, there's a higher level of expectation of autonomy. You have more freedom to make decisions. Your smaller unit leader level is a little bit more isolated. You are the ground force commander as the senior man in a recon element, right? So that was pretty, but you are by definition a pogue, and you're there to support the pogues.
Yeah.
You know, everything in the Marine Corps exists around the infantry, and I had a different appreciation for that than a lot of guys that went straight to recon. I didn't have like the recon platoon kicks butt ego. I was just like, you know, and I didn't do shit in combat with recon either. So, you know what I mean? Like I had done it all as a grunt and had a pretty fortunate career there. Yeah, I think I grew up a lot in between getting hit in the hospital and then the very diverse experience I had in like the year and a half of recovery. I didn't really talk too much about that, but I will. Very diverse experience I had where I was like basically not a Marine for a year and a half. I worked for a state legislator out in Hawaii. I thought I wanted to go into politics after meeting the president and all that stuff. Turned out after like 3 months, I was like, yeah, I don't want to be in politics, but I stuck with it and I used it to like organize community service stuff. And what I would do on base at Hawaii was I'd find all the Marines at their command stuff. They were like shitbags. And I'd wrestle them out of the barracks on the weekends and I'd take them to go do volunteer projects. And then I'd get them like, you know, I'd write up like NAMs or CERTCOMs or like stuff for them like that. And then I worked with a bunch of at-risk youth, kids that were in pretty shitty spots down there at this National Guard Academy that an old Marine Sergeant Major ran. That was a unique experience. So I did that and I got kind of out of the grunt mentality. I was totally institutionalized. I mean, you dropped me in a legislative office in Hawaii, which by the way, has at the time had 2 Republicans in their bicameral house. Right. So,
yeah,
it was totally different. I had like, you know, 3 girls that worked in my office, all from different cultural backgrounds. I had another Matt that worked in there and they called me Matt and they called him Matty. And I couldn't figure out why for like a month or so. And they're like, oh, 'cause he's gay. And I'm like, oh, like, oh, all right. Well, I mean,
you do you, man.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed the guy. He became one of my really good friends and everything. It was just, I was like, wow, I guess I don't have gaydar, you know, like, but just
something you don't really think about, you know, when you're not in that community or anything. It's not. Yeah.
Well, it was funny. We joke with him because, like, he would ask me like these questions about like machismo and being a Marine, and they would always have me like doing stuff to kind of like improve base relations. So he kind of got like a little bit of like figure out kind of what my career had been up to that point, and so he would like ask me all these questions about what it was like to be like I don't know, prototypical alpha male, high and tight, like, you know, meat eater or whatever, and um, we just get to know each other, and that stuff. So it was pretty cool. He's still one of my good friends to this day. He's an attorney now. I worked right across the hall from Tulsi Gabbard when she was down there.
Oh,
Um, Worked with Governor Abercrombie a little bit, and ended up getting an award from Department of Defense for like having the most community service for the Department of Defense in a year. I'm pretty sure due in part to like my master guns inflating those numbers. But I spent the majority of my time doing stuff like that and going to school. I was almost done with my business degree when I went to BRC. So I'd had now a little bit more life experience maybe, and the
yeah.
discipline to go along with it that I lacked before. And I also had no idea where my career was going because I kind of expected to be kicked out medically at any time.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
They had kind of conditioned me to be like, you're going to retire. And then, along comes Colonel One Lung Bates and is like, nah, you want to be a Marine still? I'm like, yes, sir. He's like, we can figure this out, So I'm pretty sure I drug dealed over there on some things. And then it became kind of a problem. I was still having medical issues when I was at First Recon. And it was complex medical issues where every time I'd have to go like to an appointment or see a doc, they'd be like, how'd you get over here?
Yeah.
Like, how are you even here? You don't even have a Marine Corps physical. You can't get a soft physical. Going to like, I never went to free fall. I had like a seat once, but I think I went to sergeant's course instead, or JTAC or something. And like going to like airborne and stuff like that and not having physicals and then trying to like just talk myself through it and not get kicked out of the courses was something that I didn't really, I don't know. It just kind of wore on me. I wasn't too into the admin side, but it just drove me nuts.
Yeah. Nah, that's weird. I thought you were free fall.
I did.
Big surprise there.
I did like double bag and all that stuff. I've since jumped out of airplanes, free fall, but they wouldn't let me go when we got back because of the eye thing and the pressure, and I'd had some complications with it. So, but yeah.
Yeah, man. So back to like going through BRC, what was the hardest part for you?
The leadership aspect of it, man. I mean, the events are the events. You can kind of figure them out, whatever. I didn't really put a whole lot of time trying to do that, but trying to get your team through it and come out of it as 0321s, right? Like I looked at it as, I'm in charge. I think from like the first week I was in a team leader position until the end of it. And I was like, I got to get every one of these guys that has been in the Marine Corps for about, 6 months maybe through this course. And you had guys being like limo incidents on the weekend and shit like that. And I was just like trying to get those guys through it. And then I think I had a captain in my team, and when we were doing patrols, we'd rotate. And I think the hardest part for me was always like trying to let somebody else be in charge and then seeing something fucked up and not like, and then remaining like tact and not like putting that person on blast and like being a responsible, mature leader.
Yeah.
That was kind of tough. I definitely was like, I was fucked medically. I was in chronic pain. I had injuries I didn't even know about. I didn't find out that I had fractured discs in my back until until we were on that deployment there. So I don't know that they were there the whole time either, but it was just like a lot of Motrin and a lot of water and healthy food and trying to just make it. I wasn't fast. I've never been I was like the guy that would like perpetually not get 20 pull-ups. Like my fastest run time for 3 miles was like 20 minutes or something like that. I think I like broke 19 once.
Regular people are like, "What? That's fast as fuck."
Yeah, but
I don't think I ever broke 22 minutes. I'm a horrible runner. Yeah. I'm a rucker, man. I can ruck all day, but running, no, not me.
Oh yeah. That's an interesting point. The hardest part for me was probably going downhill in Pendleton on those rocks. Like I thought I was going to die. Tears
destroy
in my
your
eyes,
knees, man.
Young guys like, what's wrong, Sergeant? Why are you having such a fucking tough time? I'm like, dude, just I'll meet you at the bottom, bro. So stuff like that. I mean, that was probably the hardest part of it.
Do you agree with guys coming straight into recon, or do you think they should spend some time at an infantry unit first?
I'm I don't have an opinion on it anymore. Like it works for some guys and it doesn't work for others. I think
Yeah.
I think in a way it probably would be better for the reconnaissance community if we put more senior guys over there, in terms of like mission sets and capabilities.
Mm-hmm.
But I have met and worked with plenty of young guys that were phenomenal Marines. They're incredibly intelligent and they did a really good job. And some of them better than I did for sure. So, I just think it kind of hurt that mission confusion side of it. And I worked in a very senior team. I mean, it was, you know, 2 E7 selects, 4 E6s, and like 2 sergeants that had deployed to Sangin, you know? So,
yeah, your team, because we were on, for those that don't know, we were on the same ship, the Macon Island. I did 2 deployments on that ship. But your team on that ship was definitely more senior than your team over on, what was it, the San Diego or whatever that they were on?
Yeah, we only had 1 corporal in our platoon. So like one of the challenges was like, who does working parties? We don't want this guy to miss his whole deployment of learning everything because he's moving boxes around on a boat for his whole time, right? So
yeah, you have the perpetual working party.
Yeah.
Fucking, it's the
Shit,
worst.
I hated that deployment. Man. That was probably my worst of all the other shit that we've talked about to date. Like that was my worst deployment.
Yeah.
I going into that deployment, the workup was awesome. I think I was doing all that. Like I added this certain value to the team that like I had the infantry experience. I knew how to like drum up patrol orders and prep and organize that. And I had other guys that had been from that background. We took things very seriously. We didn't know, we had a lot of fun too, but we took training time seriously and worked our asses off. And those guys are awesome, man. They're just the guys I got to work with were phenomenal.
For sure.
Of course, we all fucking hated each other after being on the boat for 50 days.
Everybody does.
But my brother-in-law he was my brother-in-law. He the Marine Mayberry that I tell you about. He got hurt with me, and he developed a pretty heavy addiction to painkillers as a result of that. And he got clean for a long time. Went through like rehab and stuff. He passed away from just it was just crazy. He passed away. I don't want to get too much into that with just because his family and stuff like that. I don't want to tell like his whole story, but awesome dude. He passed away right before he went on the deployment, and that fucked me up a little bit. You know, like had to like go home on leave real fast, slap together a funeral for the guy because he had been OTH'd out of the Marine Corps, and they weren't giving him his. That's a Purple Heart recipient, but they weren't giving him his like military honors for burial. So we had to hack together a military funeral. And so it was a lot of like research and putting it together and like just sucking it up. And you had a lot of young guys that looked up to him that were like substantially messed up by that. And at that point in my career, I'd probably lost more guys to, you know, whether it be drugs, suicide, drinking, reckless decisions, stuff like that, outside of combat than in combat. So it was kind of weighing on me, man, at the point. Like, and when we weren't going to go to combat on a deployment, that was a letdown for sure. Mm-hmm. You know, I wanted to go to Afghanistan on that deployment or Iraq or whatever we were going to do. But it was a letdown. I kind of just like cope with it. Going to JTAC was probably saved my career or prolonged it to a point because they were like willing to look the other way on my fucked up administrative records because of that asset bringing that to the battalion.
Yeah, everybody's always shorthanded on JTAC. Mm-hmm. So it's like, that's one of those things. If you're a JTAC, it's like, oh yeah, you can re-enlist. Yeah. Like, I don't care about those 2 NJPs. It's fine. Come on. You got to do 2 more deployments though.
And I didn't even have a school seat there. I just went down and sat outside the door until a SEAL failed the test. So it was cool. I got in that way.
Nice. Went down and audited a course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. And
what a great time, man. Being a JTAC was definitely the highlight of my career. You know, like I try to explain it to people. I'm like, dude, you go out to the hill, you go out to the observation post and just create your own air show. You're like, hey man, I want you to fly here, I want you to fly there. You're going to fly at this altitude, at this direction, and you're going to blow that up with this kind of bomb, you know? And it's like, I don't know. It's just, and then when you start throwing in like IDF, like, you know, artillery and mortars and everything like that, it's just such a, I don't know. It's a rush for sure when you're putting it all together and you're briefing everybody, like doing a call for fire, talking to my aircraft, like all that coming together. And then when the plan works, you're just like, this is fucking sick.
Yeah, you're like, fuck, they let me be in charge of this stuff right now? Like, what are these dudes thinking? I got like $1 billion aircraft in the overhead right now. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's a great time for sure. When we were in Kuwait too, we got to do a lot of work out there. I know my team, we were going out 2 or 3 times a week working with Apaches and stuff like that. And I know your guys came out with us a few times to get your guys' quals and stuff. That's actually where I did the last controls I needed to get my JTAC evaluator qualification. So I was pretty pumped about that. I was probably at the top of my game as a JTAC during that time frame, just because of the amount of work we were doing over there, even if it was training, and just the stuff I had done as the work up to that. But anyway, so we finished that deployment, come back, and then how did you end up getting the, like, hey, I'm getting medically retired? Like, how did that all come out?
So I kept getting like minor injuries or like, like not like new things happening, but I kept having kind of like the after effects of that, of all the stuff, brain injury, stuff like that. I actually didn't get a post-traumatic stress diagnosis until like I was like assembly line stamped with one on the way out. But I've always spent a lot of time with the mental health guys and gals and trying to just be a better Marine and manage all of it. Cause I don't care if they've been to combat or not. Like, look, Marines, you are indoctrinated by trauma. That's kind of the point of it. And, I have a much different outlook on that. So, I was managing a lot of that stuff, and, kind of the admin side of it was beating me down. I had less options, less opportunities, things that I wanted to go do. I actually, like, through that whole deployment, I still tried to pursue a seat at assessment selection.
Oh, really?
And then I've tried to get over there as a JTAC too. So like with you, we were never bored on that deployment, even when it was such a compare and contrast, or like a paradox, being around the grunts from where I came and seeing those guys' lives like exist of just waiting in line for chow, doing working parties, and then maybe going out and doing a training mission. We were busy. We did all that JFO stuff, which was cool. You got to like, train guys, and it was that I came back and I had to have a couple more surgeries, and that kind of exposed a little bit of what had gone on, because I didn't really tell people about what had happened. I don't know. Plus, you're at first recon, like people start to know or whatever, and you talk to them. I had a couple of my platoon commanders from the grunts come over there also, so like story kind of got around. Guys knew or whatever, but I just tried not to make it a thing. Because nobody gives a fuck anyway. Like, yeah, cool. You got like
nobody cares.
You got guys out there with one leg shooting their sniper rifle off of it. Like I think Jason Checkos is the guy's name. He's a stud. Like it's just whatever. You do it. Todd Love, the guy's climbing mountains and he's got one limb, right? So, and I liked that mentality. You know what I mean? I liked not being this handicapped Marine on some fucking welfare program trying to sing Kumbaya at Wounded Warriors all the time. Yeah. So I did that. I got histed like 2 or 3 times while I was at Recon. I don't know if they want
that blows my mind that they would even hiss somebody from Recon. Just like it always blew my mind when I'd find out that a dude that had gone to TACP school and became a JTAC got histed, hadn't even done a deployment yet. And they're like, well, I know we just spent all this money training you and that we're really in need of you, but we need you to go be a recruiter. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Absolutely had no interest in doing that. I don't know if they were trying to send me a message like, hey, buddy, we noticed that you're not medically qualified on all your records for anything. And maybe they were trying to like kind of put me in a place where I could keep my career going without, being asset independent liability, right? Like I talk about that in business. I talk about that. I learned about that in the special operations community. You either are or aren't one of those things, right? You want to be an asset at all times. If you're an independent, at least you're not causing problems. When you're a liability, it's time to fucking go. So never wanted to be a liability on that. There was times where like I'd go blind in my eye in a CQB house, right? Like, and you have to really go offhand, like figure it out, right? Like I had to learn how to shoot a pistol proficiently with my left eye or like left, whatever, like all those things. You just had to become ambidextrous and adapt. And we're good at that as Marines, no matter where we come from. So I just I like that. But then I started to some of the JTAC stuff concerned me too. Like I started to like have this kind of idea that if I fuck something up and it's because I'm egotistically trying to push through these injuries, particularly a brain injury, right? Or like, or like that kind of component of it. And I hurt somebody, I didn't think I could live with that. Right. Like I didn't think that would be the right thing. And, you know, when they kept hissing me and I probably should have gone about it a different way instead of just like throwing the folder away and not paying attention to it because that pissed them off.
Yeah. That's one of those, if you don't show up to the meeting, then you're automatically considered qualified and they give you orders no matter what.
Yeah. So they like weren't taking us out of there, but I guess I don't know exactly what they were doing with that. So it got kind of weird. I had to go to have another couple surgeries. And then my medical officer, and I'm not spiting the guy or disparaging him, but he was at first Recon. I think he was only there for like a short time. He was like an interim guy. He was like, I came back from those 2 surgeries and he was like, all right, so you're going to, you know, your EAS is coming up. You're going to go to the VA and you're going to do all your medical stuff. I was like, well, I don't know a lot about this, but I know that they told me absolutely not to do that. Right. So, actually at that point, I went back over to Wounded Warriors, went through the medical retirement process on that side, went through some more like rehab and stuff like that, found out that I had some other injuries that wasn't really paying attention to, just stuff that was causing chronic pain. The stuff that just kind of beats you down a little bit, you know? Yeah. And I was on this blood pressure medication for my eye that I'd have to go on and off of that, like, it was like it dropped your VO2 and your endurance by like half. So trying to keep up with these dudes. And I was on this pill that would regulate my eye pressure, but yeah, I don't know. And then the glaucoma there's a couple different types of glaucoma. Like when you're older and like degeneration side of it, you get that. But when you get traumatic glaucoma, you have an imbalance in your eye pressure. And I learned that there's like genetically 2/3 of people, if their eye pressure goes over a certain level, they'll have like substantial damage that will probably cause them to go permanently blind. And there's no medical way to repair an optic nerve. I think doctors jump in, quote me on that. I don't know, but that's kind of what I learned. Well, I was in the 1/3 that could sustain those high pressures. But when I would be getting those readings of interocular pressures of like 45, like in the high end of it, that was really concerning the medical corps on what I was doing in there because they didn't want me to, you know, I guess lose an eye on that side of it altogether. Because I still have the eye in my head. It just doesn't work that well. And then they installed this valve in the top of my eye that it's kind of like a blow-off valve. I know you're into whatever cars. Yeah, like I know you're into cars, particularly ones with turbos, imports, right? Like that thing, right? So it's like when the eye pressure goes up, it like blows in the back of my head. I'll show you. This is like some weird science project shit. I think you've seen this before, but so it looks like a big bulb on the top of my eye, right? I don't know if you can see that. All right. And they can put 4 of them around your eye, but they'll keep it alive for a while. Eventually, it's going to go away. But they put that in my eye, and they were like, "You're done." You know, like that's it. The eye doctor that was down there, I think he runs the Pendleton Hospital as a civilian now. He would give me a lot of leeway on it. He just wanted me to be honest with him. So if if I thought I'd keep going, he'd let me keep going. And then the admin side of it, I just was like kind of over it. You know, the chain of command was there. I was at like 10 years and a few months. And I think that's shit or get off the pot time to Marines. Yeah. You know, like you try not to get out at like 15 years, right? Like that's not a great decision because you just stick around to your 20. A lot of my friends were like, or guys I came up with, buddies, whatever, were having career challenges as like staff NCOs, like investigations would come up, stuff like that. You know, they'd make it through it. There wouldn't really be an issue with it, but it'd be tough on that. I think guys that were going to the brig as like staff sergeants for and they ended up getting like acquitted or whatever you call it on that side of it. But it shit ruins people's careers, you know? Like, yeah. We weren't going to war anymore. Or, I mean, you know, conceivably, guys went back to war in Syria and Iraq after that, which was at a time. I remember us being, you know, thinking we were going into Iraq, and I was like, I mean, I'm going for sure if we go, don't get me wrong, but the young guys wanted to go, and I was like, I'm not super into this one right now, you know? Like, I don't hope we don't go to Iraq, but it just felt like, you know, with everything that had happened on that boat, it just felt like we didn't really have an awesome chain of command to go into that with.
Oh,
like that kind of concern. I guess I just kind of looked at it as like, look, I've been here, done that a little bit. It's a different fight. We hadn't even trained mobility operations. Like we were doing Humvee training for the first, you know what I mean? Like shit like that.
Yeah, out in Kuwait.
Like movement like that. We were kind of lacking on that. We definitely would have done fine, but it just was kind of like, I'm totally up for it if we're going to get some, and that's what we're here to do. And I'd love to do that, but I also didn't want to like come back and fold the flag up for some shit like that anymore. Like that was, yeah. I guess I was married.
No,
again.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what though. I think one thing that was super disheartening for me is when we were in Kuwait and they hit up my team. They're like, hey, can you send a couple guys over? I guess a bunch of Army guys had arrived to Camp Buring. They're like, can you send a couple guys over to show these guys how to use a 50 cal because they're getting ready to go to Iraq and this is when they were first basically reopening Al-Assad.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were sending the security guys over there to establish a perimeter, and then they were going to start building it up. And I'm like, why the fuck would you have us teach them how to shoot it and go over there? Why don't you just send us? I'm like, we're ready. We're here. We're like this is so stupid. And that was so frustrating to have my guys train dudes how to use weapons, and then they get to go forward and, they didn't do anything, and it probably would have sucked. It would probably have been standing on a post or something retarded, but at the same time, it would have felt better than going back to that stupid ass ship. I'll tell you what, the first, that time I thought was bad. My second time on ship was way worse.
Dude, I was done after that deployment. Like I had kind of come to grips with like, I don't think the shit that's bugging me right now is going to improve too much. Mm-hmm. I tapped out of a training evolution in the field to go deal with my brother-in-law's funeral, which I think is what the right thing to do. I don't regret that at all, but I was having more and more things that were starting to kind of like indicate that I should probably start making a career move. I was married again and happily married and to a wonderful woman. And it was her first deployment when we were out there with me. And it wasn't really like a deployment, we'd like call her drunk from Kuwait. And she'd be like, aren't you like in combat? I'm like, nah, dude, we're just fucking training over here, like it's fine. Yeah. I was talking to one of the sergeant majors that I used to work with when he was a gunny or first sergeant up at Al-Assad, and maybe it was TQ, but I think it was Al-Assad. And he was like, I think you and I were talking about this stuff. Me and Tim were trying to get over there as JTACs to get controls in. We're like, do you fucking need that? You guys, like, I think we have this image of like, they're up there like fucking lasing targets from Al-Assad. They're not, he's like, yeah, if you want to come up here and do jumping jacks with Iraqi police and fill sandbags, like, have at it. But it sounds like you guys are having a pretty good time down in Kuwait, rolling around in fucking Suburbans and stuff, So
it was fun down there.
Yeah. So it was, I was ready to go. I think, I don't remember if Neller was our commandant, and I'll paraphrase or misquote the guy, but he said something along the lines of the Marine Corps changed a little bit. There's a lot of guys are not putting up with shitty leadership anymore, and they will get out and make $1 million.
Yeah, I know the quote you're talking about. And
we had pretty good leadership. Don't get me wrong. I had some fucking phenomenal leadership. I had some bad leadership too, but I remember being at a sergeant's course graduation, and the gunny that was like reading the stuff off, like couldn't read. And I was like, what the fuck is up with these guys?
Yeah.
Like I love this organization. It's accomplished amazing things. I'll always be proud of being a Marine, let alone a Recon or a Force Reconnaissance Marine. I just was like, it's time for me to go do some good on the civilian side, because that's where my buddies are dying, and they're not dying in Iraq and Afghanistan anymore. And that was
for sure.
kind of the point that I made the transition, So
yeah, I'm looking at that quote. I'm trying to find that quote because it is actually a really good one. Because that's exactly what he talks about, how guys are tired of bullshit like leadership.
And like, look, like at that point, you got to think you have, E7s and E8s that were, Lance Corporals and OIF 1, whatever, that they had shit they weren't dealing with. You know what I mean? Like the Marine Corps is full of alcoholism and PTSD, and it always probably will be. God bless it for that. But we needed to do a better job of taking care of the warfighter a little bit. And warfighters in general needed to do a better job of like getting help, and there needed to be a better system where you didn't like lose your career because you did what you were told to. Like you went and tried to tell people you had a problem and get it fixed. Instead, we're like, oh, this guy's got 7 divorces and 3 DUIs. Let's send him to Skid Row, that shit didn't work.
So this quote, he says Marines, he says, most people with good ideas are annoying because they are frustrated. Of course, a fucking pop-up ad would screw me up here. Oh my God, pop-up just screwed up everything. Hold on a second. But you're right, dude. Guys, there's a lot of like issues after guys do multiple deployments, and you get guys that are in these high tempo jobs and stuff like that. And it's great while you're doing it. You're like, yeah, I want to deploy. Yeah, I want to go to the field. Like as a JTAC, I'm like, dude, fuck yeah, I want to go to the OP. Yeah, I want to go to the field. Yeah, I want to deploy. Like if they would have been like, hey, you want to go back to Afghanistan? I would have totally done it, especially after I did a MEU. I was like, I would much rather go back to Afghanistan and sleep in the dirt and starve to death than be on a ship where you're starving anyway and you're sleeping on top of everybody. Yeah. But so anyway, here it is. Most people with good ideas are annoying because they are frustrated, Neller said. The Marines that we want to re-enlist don't want to stay because they get tired of being around stupid people. They do. They get frustrated. They get tired of beating their head against the wall. They say, you guys won't listen to me. I'm out of here. I'm going to go to college and make $1 million, and they do. And I think that's 100% accurate. You get a lot of, like we talked about earlier in the podcast, the Marine Corps is easy to stay in if you're kind of a piece of shit. Like if you're that gray man that kind of doesn't, stand out for anything, doesn't really do much work, but doesn't do too bad, they'll let you stay in and be mediocre. Mm-hmm. And then at some point you're going to be in a leadership position, and the people under you can see that you don't know what the hell you're doing and you're making bad decisions. And I won't name him, but the comm chief on the MEU was like he was the peak person I would think of like that, where this dude is in a leadership position, but has literally no idea what's going on with underneath him. Like, I mean, it was just, and when you have someone like that you bring an idea to, like, hey, we should do this, and they shoot it down because of it's not their idea, or it's thinking outside the box, it's just so frustrating. And you're like, dude, and like he said in that quote, I don't need to put up with this. Like, for me, I was, I got out, I was 34, 35.
Yep, about same. About one time.
And I did the first MEU with you, and then they were like, hey man, I came back, I went back to Anglico, I was doing all this stuff, and I actually put in a package to screen to go over to MARSOC as a JTAC. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, my shoulder was messed up. And while I was waiting for my shoulder stuff to come back, I had to get an MRI and stuff like that. They cut me hot fill orders to go back to the MEU as the MEU fires chief, because the dude that was there was getting sent away. He was going to a different unit, and they needed someone there. So in between that period where I had done part of my screening and they were just waiting on my shoulder stuff to come back and whatever, I got orders for deployment, and then they stabilized me. And it also all happened while I was in Louisiana at JRTC, a big Army exercise. Yep. And there's no communication out in Fort Polk. For people that have been there, there's like no cell phone coverage. So I'm out there not knowing what's going on and getting just rumors that, hey man, when you come back, you're going to the 11th MEU. Hey man, no, never mind. You're going to the 13th MEU. Hey man, never mind. You're not going on the MEU. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And just coming back from that. And also the ops chief for the MEU was the same. I'm not going to name him either, but the ops chief was the same. And when he found out that it was me that was coming over there, he called my monitor, because the monitor asked me, he's like, what the fuck did you do to piss this guy off? He called the monitor and was like, this dude is not coming to my fucking unit. And I'm like, what? Like, I didn't even realize like he didn't like me. I thought we had he was kind of a douchebag, but we had a okay working relationship, I thought, but apparently he didn't like me at all. So I get to the MEU, I check in, and he doesn't even speak to me for the first 2 weeks that I'm there. And I'm like, you know what, man? I don't have to put up with this. Like, I'm getting out. This is ridiculous. Like I don't know. It's
like, so our generation too, like your leadership when you were young, they were all like, you don't know what peacetime Marine Corps is like, right? And I'm like, yeah, and I never want to fucking know.
Yeah, like, why would I want to know what that's like, And the benefits to retiring just get thinner and thinner. It's like, okay, well now every veteran has commissary privileges. Every veteran has PX privileges now, right? Now you have to pay more on your copay and stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, if you're into that, if that's something you're trying to get into. Yeah. But it's like the benefits of staying in for 20 years, especially as a combat arms guy, it's like, what am I going to do as a 42-year-old former JTAC in the Marine Corps? The only options I really have are be a contractor, which I could have done, or something along that lines. It's going to be hard to come out at 42, go to college, and then start a whole new career when you're 45. So I was like, this is, like you said, you get to that 12-year mark, the end of your third enlistment, and it's like, this is decision time. I'm either staying in for 20 and finishing it out, or I'm cutting ties right now. And on it, a lot of guys, man, won't get out at 12 because they're institutionalized and they're afraid of what's going to happen when they get out. That safety net is no longer there. That guaranteed paycheck is no longer there. And it sucks because you see a lot of good guys that shouldn't stay in, that should go do something else because they can do way more for, the world as something else. They did what they needed to do in the Marine Corps, but now they're not really doing as much. But they don't because they're just scared to get out. And I had a guy ask me, he's like, dude, I can't believe you're getting out at 12 years. That's crazy. And I'm like, you know what, man? I know a bunch of morons back home that are somehow surviving, like they're living. Yeah. And I feel like I'm not as dumb as them. So, I think I'll be okay. Like even if the goals I set for myself of whatever, going to college or starting a business, whatever, if those don't work out, there's still going to be a job out there I can get because I'm not an idiot. You know what I'm saying?
You learn your worth too, right? Like you start to figure, like you're institutionalized as a Marine to like be a team player on one component, which is super valuable, but also to be like, hey, the Marine Corps is going to continue without you, and it will. And during wartime, you are, the small unit leader, General Krulak's, 3 and 4 block war example, and the strategic corporal, like. We were making decisions as E3s and E4s that in the aggregate shaped an entire conflict. Now, I mean, the way I thought about Iraq and the reasons we were there as a 19-year-old versus a 30-year-old with a little more education, sure, different. But then like going out into the wounded warrior environment, which is a wonderful program, but probably overutilized on people that should just be processed out. And that's a hard, I don't know. It's gotten a little convoluted over the years.
The issue with that is no one will say that to those people because you don't want to be the guy that says, hey man, you're not wounded enough. You know what I'm saying? And my ex-wife worked in that realm with like, in Wounded Warrior Battalion and mental health and stuff like that. And my old neighbor was a platoon sergeant over there. He got assigned as a platoon sergeant at Wounded Warrior Battalion. He was like, dude, these dudes will stand in formation. When they come to formation, he's like, they'll sit there and tell each other what to say so they can get their iPad. Like, you have to say certain things. So people will give me my iPad. And all these organizations come in there and baby a lot of these dudes. And it shifted from being combat wounded veterans like yourself to guys that like, oh, I wrecked my motorcycle this weekend. I got a broken wrist. Now I got to go to Wounded Warrior Battalion. And then they milk the system, No, I'm not saying that's everybody. But there are people there that do that, but no one will say it because it's not, I don't know, it's not a popular opinion.
I came up with kind of a hypothesis about that after spending time there. And it was a wonderful program for me. I didn't want to be there, but the people that it exposed me to, the opportunities I got from it, whether I chose to take those opportunities or not, I mean, I always had, something good to do. Like if you wanted to do good, you could do it. Same thing with Marines in Hawaii. Like they're either going to play video games in the barracks or they're going to explore paradise, right?
Yeah.
Like and so and by the way, those same Marines at Wounded Warriors are going to do that. But I also kind of like learned that different people have different thresholds, whether it be mentally, physically, medically, whatever, and it's you just can't figure that out. Like I didn't spend a lot of time there. I had relative autonomy once I like got into a good routine of like going to my med appointments, rehabbing. I mean, I was like running triathlons when I was at Wounded Warriors. Like it was cool. Like I would compete. I never went to like the Warrior Games and stuff, but I would go like volunteer with those guys. It was just too much of a commitment. And I spent that time like finishing up my degree. And I worked 3 like legit internships, one being the politician one. When I got to Hawaii, when I got to California, I worked for a startup called DoorDash. It's a pretty household brand now. At the time, I think there was like I was somewhere in like between 30 and 40th employee there. And I worked with some Marines over there too. And we were going towards the $1 billion mark at a tech startup. Like I was involved at that at an early phase. And then I went and worked for another tech startup that was kind of bullshit, but you learn from good folds too. So, I started to like understand what I could do out in the civilian sector. And,
Mm-hmm.
you have the contracting option thing. I mean, especially you take a JTAC or a Tech P or like any soft guy, or especially a medical like soft guy, like look, they've got a lot of opportunities. That stuff's not necessarily dried up, but the demand and the compensation for it has gone down a little bit to where I think I've had better success stateside. And I've traveled, I've traveled to other countries in OCONUS to do, and our company has as well been involved with stuff like that. It's not at a high level or very frequently, but it's interesting, man. I mean, you start to learn your worth on it, and then working at a tech startup and then coming back to the Marine Corps and being like, having like a first sergeant tell a corporal that he needs to go physically run some information over to somebody else. I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, look how inefficient as an organization we are at times, and trying to like build innovations in when you have institutionalized independence and liabilities that are holding that back because they're afraid that it's going to make them look like shit,
handicapping yourself for just ridiculous reasons.
And dude, I was going to retire. I mean, I got 100% retired. I was going to retire then. I mean, I'm probably like 300% retired. Like they would go into medical appointments and I'm like, look, I don't really care what your diagnosis is. Like they were like, we're having a hard time relating injuries to a blast explosion. And I was like, I don't need to debate this with you. Like, I don't know where it came from. I mean, you can look back at it all you want. But I was going to retire and I knew that I was going to be able to pay my mortgage, so mathematically and financially, there was really no incentive of staying around for 20 years. It was all about the experience. I mean, the financial difference would have been like a Honda Accord payment. If I said, do you want to do a decade in the Marine Corps during peacetime for a Honda Accord, and like Bob Barker ran around, or like what Drew Carey came down and delivered you a Honda Accord, dude's like, fuck this, get me out of here, take that car back, so.
Most guys that have a higher job that require like a combat arms job, or one that's like a higher intensity job, just dread the fact that at some point that's going to end and you're going to become a desk guy. You're going to be a staff dude that's briefing the capabilities of your unit rather than being part of the capabilities of your unit, And it's, I don't know, a lot of guys like me, I didn't join the Marine Corps to ride a desk. That's why I hated being a mechanic for 3 years, because I was like, this isn't why I'm here. And so that's why I decided to get out. Got out.
What's in front of you right now, though?
What do you mean?
What is your computer on like a coffee table, or is it on a desk?
It's actually a nightstand that I repurposed.
Point being is like I live behind a desk now for the most.
For sure.
Most of my life, right? Like,
I know, yeah.
It's like I was like, fuck this desk, and then I got a desk, So
well, my thought process was, if I'm going to work behind a desk, I want to be compensated for working behind a desk. I don't want to come in and make, and don't get me wrong, even as an enlisted Marine, as a staff sergeant especially, you make decent money. Even privates and PFCs, they don't make that much money, but they also don't have any bills. Like, you should not be coming in and
money.
Yeah, like people talk about being underpaid. Hey, maybe some people, and maybe they could up the combat pay a little bit when you're actually in combat, not sitting in Dubai or something like that, or UAE. But I don't know, man. I just the thought of coming in and someone telling me to take my hands out of my pockets as a 35-year-old man, like, get the fuck out of here, man. I got into it with my sergeant major on ship one time, because he walked by me on the second deployment. He walked by me. I was standing in line, which I didn't have to. I was a staff sergeant, but I always waited in line because I thought it was always fucked up when dudes would cut in front of the line. So I'd always wait in the chow line. And I remember I was standing there with my hands in my pockets, talking to a couple guys. And from behind, the sergeant major walked by. And right before he did this, there was a guy going, "Oh, hey Kramer, you better take your hands out of your pockets. The ace sergeant major came by the other day and yanked some dude's hands out of his pocket." And I'm like, dude, if someone did that to me, I'd say something. I'm like, that's not you shouldn't.
Justified battery,
So no shit. 5 seconds later, the MCIWS sergeant major comes from behind me through one of the P-ways and yanks my hand out of my pocket as he goes by. He like yanks it out and goes, "Get your hand out of your pocket." I'm in a chow line with a bunch of junior Marines, and as he did that, he yanked my hand out of my pocket and just kind of kept going. I was like, "Hey, Sergeant Major, please don't touch my hand again." And he stopped and turned. He was like, "What the fuck did you say?" I was like, "I literally just told these guys that is not allowed." And so if you have a problem with my hand in my pocket, I appreciate if you just say something to me about it. And he's like, "Come with me." And like, I go up to his office and he chews me out for 10 minutes. And yeah, So I was like, dude, I'm 35 years old. Like, this is stupid. Like, are you kidding me right now?
I definitely had like some moments where I was like, yeah, I'm done with this bullshit. I tried not to get bent around an axle about like uniform regulations, because I knew that was a disguise oftentimes for being tactically inefficient and incompetent.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can remember I don't remember the order number or whatever, but the guys are like, I'm like, yeah, do you know like your weapon system in and out? Do you know how to employ Marine, or have you just been like hiding out in a fucking B billet, yelling at little boys, or like lying to them to get them to come in the Marine Corps? And that level of competency, I think, and especially being in a unit where like you just didn't go do that shit. Like, you stayed and you worked, and it was, what have you done today? It bothered me, but it was also just like, I mean, you can almost like look those guys in the eyes and like see their insecurities if you threw a weapon. Like, if you or I handed them a fucking a tower of power on the JTAC side and like, hey, make this work, deliver bombs, don't kill anybody, good, get all the bad guys, right? They'd be like, yeah, come here, Lance Corporal. Where's the manual? You know what I mean? Like, that bugged me. I remember being on that MEU, I don't know what, I mean, I don't know you're listening, so I don't want to like disparage anybody in the Marine Corps. I love that organization. We do the best with what we got, and we do a damn good job at it. And I'm very like grateful for even the bad experiences now. But like, I remember being on that MEU, and we had like I think a general was talking to us, and I was wearing sunglasses. We were out on the upper deck of the boat or whatever. And I was wearing sunglasses because I don't have a fucking iris in my eye, and I can't open my eyes when there's sun directly in them. And they stopped this, like, they had
the commandant. It was General Neller was on the deck.
Yeah, they like stopped the whole thing. Like, the sergeant major was like hand motioning to me to take my sunglasses off, so I take them off, and then like I've got like my eyes closed kind of, and I can't see anything. And then they're like, somebody must have like whispered like, yo, that guy hurt his eyes, and they're like, put him back out, like doing this stuff with their face. I'm like, just listen to the fucking general talking, man. Who gives a fuck if I have my there's not a reg that says I can't. Like, it's just
I hated that sergeant major, man. He's now the sergeant major of the Marine Corps. Yeah, like. Probably one of the worst sergeant majors I ever worked with. And some people that worked with him when he was a grunt at his battalion say he's a great dude and he's super proficient. Maybe so. But when a guy's walking around a ship that's already like morale is super low, and he's telling people to put tape on their Nalgene bottle because it's not tactical, it's like, dude, go fuck yourself. Like, what are you talking about here, man?
I don't look at that MEU as like a highlight of my career, other than like the challenges and like it kind of like eased me in transition and like helped me kind of make that decision that I'm very glad I made. But I bet if nobody says I'm an asshole, I probably didn't do a very good job. So I kind of look at it as like, and I had a perspective of Sergeant Major Black. I'm just call it. He's a Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps. I had a perspective of him from people that I respected a lot that like spoke very highly of him. And then again, like, dude, I don't want that job. I don't know. I didn't agree with decisions they made. I don't have like a ton of operational respect for the guy because I didn't see him in that aspect of it. But look at like when guys get a Medal of Honor, right? They become a politician like overnight. You know what I mean? Like, you now represent the brand at a certain level, and you've got a lot of pressure on you from the powers that be. I don't know, man. I love to get with those guys and like drink some beers and like, hear their reels. And I have a lot of friends that are E8s, E9s, and senior officers now, and I got a guy on my board of advisors for a company. The former Judge Advocate General of the Army is on my board of advisors. He's a 3-star. And having conversations like that where, he assesses decisions he made in his past and everything like that is, you got a job to do. You got a lot of manuals that go along with it and SOPs that are there. And just because we think he's an asshole doesn't mean he did a bad job.
I would never want to be a sergeant major or a first sergeant. Like, that seems like a horrible job to have. Like, getting phone calls every weekend because people are messing up, and honestly, a lot of it wasn't that stuff. It's like, okay, he's a sergeant major, like the hands in pockets, whatever. The Nalgene bottles, like that's his pet peeve or whatever. What really made me mad was, you remember Flores, my radio operator, like probably one of the best radio operators that was in the Marine Corps at that time, and the sergeant major was holding up his re-enlistment package because of tattoos, and it's like, dude, this has all been documented. It wasn't documented properly, but it's done. And they weren't going to let him re-enlist. And when I ended up having to reach back to Anglico, to Sergeant Major Offutt, and have him sign some paperwork and put it in the record that says that tattoos were good and all this other stuff. And it was like, it was like, dude, you're trying to make it harder for one of the best dudes within his job field to stay in that job field. Like what is, I don't know, man. It was super frustrating for me. And
yeah. Oh yeah. It definitely,
I don't know.
It definitely tipped some dominoes over that led to some decisions for me there. In hindsight, I now have, in the ballpark of 100 people that work for a company that I started with other Marines. So you live long enough to become the villain at times where I'm not going around yelling at people for hands in their pockets. I never would, but I recognize when I poorly communicate to people. I recognize when I got the 11 leadership traits written on a whiteboard in our conference room, and they're modified for like a company, not Marines.
Yeah.
But I look at that thing on a daily basis and I'm like, I did like 3 of these good today. I'm pretty critical of myself as it is anyway, but when I look at that, I'm like, well, I can see why I thought that people were assholes, that as a younger guy, that, they probably were doing the best they could. Or they're just fucking assholes and whatever, that's how it goes. That might just be their job to be an institutionalized asshole at that point, like.
Yeah, that is the job.
Wants to go sit out for some Major Marine Corps wants to go sit out, watch the Marine band play 3 hours out of his week or whatever they do in DC down there. But like, that's part of it. And I think that our military should probably get away from like useless stuff. But we still win wars, and we still do winning wars these days is a different concept, but we still win the battles that kind of lead up to that. And
I think we as the Marines and stuff win the wars, but our politicians lose them for us.
Fuck yeah.
By not defining actual goals, like what's the end state? Did you ever know what the end state was in Afghanistan? Did you know like what's winning this war? Like what is the mission accomplishment?
No. If any of us were on the ground, you're just sitting there going like,
I want to switch gears just because we're getting pretty far into this podcast, and I know people are going to start dropping off as they're listening, but I want you to talk about your company, how you decided to start that company, why you went that route, and kind of what you guys do.
So much like going to the Marine Corps, I didn't plan very well, or I overplanned. I don't know, whichever way I look at it. I kind of always had to run like these parallel paths after I got hurt because I didn't know if the Marine Corps was going to let me go to the areas that I wanted to be in, or that I felt useful or actualized or like just good. I didn't know how long that was going to be able to go. So I'd started going to school, and I was super underimpressed by like my undergrad degree. I was like, this is fucking bullshit. I didn't really care that much about it. I tried to get really good grades. I got good grades. I went to go, this was all in the last year so this was 2015, 16. Like we came back from that MEU, and went on leave or whatever we did. And then, had a couple more surgeries, and I was like, yep, this is it. I got to get out now. Like I'm not going to be a recruiter, and I got to figure this out. So, went back to Wounded Warriors, finished up like in night school, would go to whatever class I could go online to, I would go online. I like sitting in a classroom environment, but at that point, at like 30 years old or however old I was then, it was like, you're sitting around with 19-year-olds. They're not adding a whole lot of value to the conversation. You're giving them, you're doing a paper on like business leadership about like a time where you prepared and trained and led Marines in combat. And this dude's talking about a tough customer service experience he had at Starbucks. And like, okay, I'm not the same as these people are. But I was very concerned about going down the route of like disconnecting from the communities and society that I came from too. I wanted to go back and like serve my community, not so much in an altruistic standpoint, but I wanted to provide some value just beyond like I didn't have like a goal that made money. I didn't have like a monetary value attached to that goal, right?
Yeah.
So I started applying for jobs. The Wounded Warrior program has a wonderful just Rolodex of opportunities for people, whether it be with the Defense Industrial Complex. You got like Boeing, Northrop, all those big guys over there, Booz Allen, all that stuff. You have any like resume workshop you want. You pretty much, if you can find a mentor over there, like if you find somebody that knows something, they'll take the time to help you because they feel bad for you for getting hurt. Mm-hmm. That's my assessment of it, I guess. I don't know. I'm glad they do. I'm really glad they do. A lot of times it's probably spinning gears. I had an issue with it because I didn't intentionally get blown up. It's not a Valor Award. Like I zagged when I should have zigged. You know what I mean? And Now fighting to get back to where I got, that was one of the biggest fights of my life. I'm pretty proud of that. That's a more rare occurrence. So, but I was like widely revered as like this decorated Marine to a sense, right? Now the people I surrounded myself with were as decorated or more decorated. So it didn't compute to me. But I started to get these opportunities and I pursued them pretty heavily. And I wanted to open up those opportunities for other people that weren't going to be exposed to it, that were going to get out, like come home for deployment, go to the transition program for a week, and then go out in the real world and figure it out, right? Try and learn their GI Bill, all that shit. I wanted to become a resource for that. I think I did. I was working for, those startups that did pretty well, but I wasn't like, DoorDash delivers food to people. I was I was a student intern, but they gave me autonomy to make operational decisions that were like, I worked with some Stanford guys that were Marines and had kind of gone through the transition. So a good crew to be around. And I was impressed with how much latitude they would give me from a decision-making side. They'd give me budgets and $40,000, $50,000 on a daily basis to be able to pull levers on and make changes. And meanwhile, I didn't know the lingo or like the vernacular, if you will, to go along with being a business person, right? Mm-hmm. I still was like, fuck was every fourth word out of my mouth. I didn't know how to dress. Like my business casual was like REI clothes, which it still pretty much is. So it was interesting. I was trying to kind of find a niche. I didn't get a whole lot of emotional rewarding feelings out of like delivering Ruth's Chris to like rich Newport kids for lunch. That just didn't seem like a higher purpose in life, but I liked the lessons I was learning there. And so I wanted to go work for Tesla really bad. I've always been a fanboy of Elon Musk, is like to say at least, but I mean, fuck man, the guy's a genius and probably a little bit autistic, and I assimilate with that a little bit. So I wanted to go work there. I linked up with Nick Popovich. He's a gunny that got like hit in the head with an RPG when he was a tank commander or something. Remember there's a book called Once a Marine or whatever, and he's got his glass eye that's an EGA. He's got some like
and
stuff. Actually, I don't know where it is. I'll find one of them. I got like books from the guys and stuff over there. But anyway, I linked up with him. He was working at Tesla. It took like 11 months. I flew back and forth to Fremont. I did all my interviews. I got a job letter signed by Elon Musk, and my wife was like, I don't want to move to Fremont. And you don't either. And I'm like, what do you mean? This is all I wanted to do. I was like, I'm ready to celebrate. And she's like, you don't want to do that. And I was like, all right. I mean, it was obviously a course of argument in our marriage and kind of a challenging point. But she was fucking right, man. I didn't want to go back into the auto industry. Like I mentioned before, kind of foreshadowing, I didn't want to like grow up in an auto plant. It's a tough life, Got a lot of respect for my parents, but I didn't have like, as most Marines don't, or veterans as well. Like I didn't have the best like childhood, if you will, other than I had somebody working to make sure I had opportunities in life. Right. So, it was interesting. So I decided not to. I was also trying to get into USC and UC or UCLA for a master's program. Saw a lot of really smart guys from the Raider and Recon community going into some of those programs. And,
USC has a really good MBV program that they do.
I went out there with a guy named Keith Paragon. I think he works at Deloitte or KPMG now. And I shadowed him and went to some classes. He was the class president at the time. He kind of broke down what an MBA program was. And while it was attractive, he kind of, a lot of the veterans that have been through, they watered it down a little bit. They're like, well, like the first year is about leadership. The middle and the summer is about networking, and the end of it is whether you go into like finance or you want to go to a big 5 consulting company or something like that. I was like, I got into the programs, the admission process. They were super helpful with veterans. They've been having success over there with that, and I think they still are. So I encourage people to pursue that. I was, working at a startup that did well, and then I went around and like kind of helped my friends that had small businesses figure some shit out that they didn't have the tools otherwise, or they would have figured it out, but I tried to like accelerate that.
Pass the knowledge,
whether or not I did a ton of good for them, or maybe I was just getting good out of it. I like getting, benefits out of it. I don't know. Someone will probably tell you I did. some of them will say I did more than I did and that whatever, but they were very gracious to me to spend time with me, and I appreciated being with them. And I was working with some guys that came out of the Recon Raider community, and we had a little like executive protection firm in Southern California that was built around pretty much one client. You know, I hear a lot of guys get out and I'm going to go into executive protection. I'm like, well, that industry is feast or fucking famine. And you got to be good. And sometimes you're good and you get fired for being good. Sometimes you're shit and you'll have a great career out of it as well too. It's a very unique market, and it is, you know, if you get in where you're attached to a principal or a family that is, you know, super wealthy and requires protection, then that's an awesome gig to be in. I think it's very taxing, similar to being in the military. And they often look for law enforcement or special operations guys, or guys with combat indoctrination or whatever that have the discipline and the wherewithal to like figure that out and be an asset to the principal. So worked on that for a little while. They wanted to expand. We had made some leadership decisions that were, I don't want to say reckless, but like we had other guys on the company that are no longer on the company that made some decisions that I disagreed with. So we like started butting heads a little bit. I was pretty strongly convicted. Like I was pretty sure that some of the decisions I was making were right. Like not spending tens of thousands of dollars on a website when you can build one on Squarespace or like Wix or something like that.
Yeah.
I was like going through finances and I'm like, you guys, fuck, like not spending a bunch of money on lawyers to draft contracts for you when you don't have clients, you know. I got a lot of help from other vets that had started businesses with like kind of boilerplate agreements and stuff like that, and went to work with that. And I hacked it on a budget, which was something I got used to in the Marine Corps. And we had some early challenges, but we expanded out to Las Vegas, and I drove back and forth to Las Vegas for like 6 months from Pendleton when I was then Wounded Warriors and finishing up my degree, and started building the business out here. Started just kind of doing that pre-deployment site survey, if you will, like getting out on the ground, building relationships, coming up with a strategy that you're going to fucking tear up and make a new one several times over and over again. And what kind of caught my eye and kept my commitment was I got to work around the guys that I got to work around in the military that I had a lot of respect for. You know, I got of the guys I started my business with. I won't name. Well, yeah, I will name. You know, Chris Sitt is a retired master sergeant. He was the senior EOD tech for the Marjah Regiment. I mean, the guy probably saved more lives through the transfer of knowledge in Helmand Province than most doctors did in the aftermath of that. Incredibly talented dude, and widely respected by experts across the world. So I sing those praises. You know, Steve Kruger was retired as a master sergeant. He worked for a contractor and was a walker on our workup. So like you and I had met him, but I didn't really know that at a time. And he was one of the Det 1 guys, you know, and he was in Colonel Coates' platoon with the detachment. And so being around guys like that, I got another guy that he's not actually, he's a solid, but I got a Navy Cross recipient on my team, and you know, he's getting ready to retire. He's in a trust. We don't like have him make any decisions while he's retiring and stuff like that. We keep some compartmentalized stuff, but it's been pretty damn incredible, man. You know, we hired, I don't know how many veterans we hired, but it was somewhere in the ballpark of like, early on it was like 70%, but you know, veterans make up 1% of the population. And trying to have a business model where you hire 100% veterans, I would highly discourage that. For a couple reasons. One, you're kind of setting yourself up for failure because there's not 100% of people are veterans. So you're fighting statistics there. Two, you know, you don't want to turn a business into a drunken barracks room because, you know, you'd revert back to knucklehead stuff you did in the military, right? You need other sets of eyes around. You need people that have navigated the private sector. And we pressed on with that. I moved out to Las Vegas full time, which was like something my wife and I were like, I will do it for a year, see how it goes. You know, we were kind of, say, over Southern California. We like Southern California, but I definitely wasn't going to headquarter my business in Southern California for tax purposes and whatnot. And we went from like 6 guys in the back of a title loan shop. We raised a little bit of money. Some of us sold our houses and put money into ourselves. And we went to 140 employees at our peak. That's not like I don't think that'll be our peak for forever, but it's one of the peaks, right? So kind of ballooned up to 140 employees because there was a high demand for the market we were servicing. And by market we were servicing, I mean, we like, with a lot of confidence and arrogance as naive, like veterans, kind of threw everything against the wall and we were like, we could probably do all this stuff. Let's see what sticks.
Yeah.
More stuck than we thought. And, then you kind of go through and do kind of your profit and loss analysis. You look at like longevity of different business verticals or different business activities, if you will. And you start to kind of be like, well, that one makes us a little bit of money, but all the things that you don't quantify in terms of costs. Like I might be spending 10 hours of my day on some bullshit that I never put on the balance sheet or on the profit loss statement as an expense. But then trying to hire somebody into that job all of a sudden creates a huge expense for the company. And so we started learning stuff like that. And then Vegas is just a whole nother world, man. And especially right now, it's obviously with the times of things going on right now, it's been really weird.
I bet it's super weird out there, like being completely empty right now, right?
Yeah. I mean, we always joke out here being, using the lingo where like the anomaly is the baseline in Vegas. And we have on our staff everything from like entry level unarmed security guys that go through, I'd like 10 times the amount of training that the majority of the status quo out here does. And I still don't feel like it's enough. I still don't feel like it's enough to put somebody out there and like secure a business or something like that. And we work in some high risk and some high threat environments. We've had, armed robbery attempts. It's a town that's
really
with crime. Yeah. I haven't had any like officer involved shootings or anything like that. I'm glad, because as moto as I am as a Marine and like, look, at my core, shitheads out there need to have bad shit happen to them, man. I'll live by that. I mean, I'm a Darwinist in a sense and a libertarian and probably a little bit of an anarchist, but I don't want to shoot. I've had some close encounters myself. I mean, Nevada in general is a different state. I mean, I didn't come up with this monologue, but you can go to your gay friend's wedding while smoking a joint, drinking a beer, shooting a suppressed short barrel machine gun, and then you can snowboard, golf, and visit a brothel in the same day, just not the same county, right? Like, that's pretty interesting when I talk about places to live, not to mention all the casinos and whatnot. The exposure of stuff we've been out to, like dealing with celebrities, not really my bag, but, powerful people, high net worth individuals, things like that. Met more billionaires than I ever thought I was going to meet in my life, interact with them and worked with or alongside them. And it's been interesting, man. It's been a ride. It's a nonstop environment. The chaos of it, like, keeps my brain operating at that level that I felt like when you were running like 3 or 4 sections of air and had a ground maneuver element on the ground. When you're done with that control and you're just like,
you just look around like,
I'm cold, that was cool for some reason, like that type of shit. So and we hired a ton of veterans, man. We got like a couple like a Department of Labor awards for it, whatever. They don't really do anything for you, but
I feel like if you were a guy that had a high stress job in the military, like you have to have something that makes you get almost stressed completely out when you get out. That's for me at least. That's how I function. I function so much better under stress. I will let a college assignment go almost to the deadline and then do it. Yep. And I think I do it better then because I'm like under the gun. I'm like, I have a timeline. One time I was like, fuck it. I'm going to see how close I can get to write this paper. I had to write, it wasn't even anything. It was like 3 pages. So it wasn't anything crazy, but I had to do the research and stuff. And I did it 3 hours before the deadline. I was like, all right, here we go. And just jammed it out, turned it in, and got a B on it. And I was like, all right, but it's like self-induced stress. And I think it helps me operate at a better level than if everything was just cruising, because at that, it's just too easy.
We use the term a lot, manufactured urgency.
Yeah.
Like you pile a lot of stuff on your plate and there's, I think there's a lot of balance that goes into it, right? Like now, we fancy ourselves bulletproof or immortal or whatever, and I felt like that for a long time. I didn't think I was going to live past 25, to be honest with you, after that, all that stuff. But now it's like in a position, me and my business partners, my directors, my managers, stuff like that, like when we take things on that add a lot of stress and a dynamic to the work environment, like sometimes you have to take a step back and be like, why am I doing this? Like,
Yeah.
why am I jumping on a job that is like last minute and it's, there's probably, and Vegas is like that. I mean, we'll get a call from a referral or even from like a principal, but hey, I'm coming into Vegas and I need a security detail tonight. And you're like, well, I mean, one, you want to figure out how much it's going to cost, right? You're bidding on a job. You're doing a quick snap proposal for it. We call them fastballs. But you have to assess, the biggest thing I assess on it is the risk. If I go into this without the level of planning that I would ideally have, am I putting somebody at risk unnecessarily, or is somebody potentially going to get hurt, or will we have reputation damage that could, put our company out of jobs?
For sure. Real world ramifications of like being sued, like something happened. Yeah. I can completely understand that, especially, going back to what you said earlier about not having any of your dudes actually get into shootouts, like, which is a great thing, obviously, because I can't imagine the liability that you would have to worry about if someone did get shot, especially if they shoot them and don't kill them. Yeah. And now they're going to sue you for injuring them,
Yeah.
Like,
well, I went to, since I've been out, I try and, I try and train more, I think that's one thing we get used to in the Marine Corps that I hope I carry throughout the rest of my life is like, and we have a different brand of lifelong learning. Don't get me wrong, but, I'm not talking about like MCIs and all that crap, but like, I tried to look for opportunities where I could, learn new things. And a lot of it was like when I got out, I had to go get OC sprayed again. I had to go do all this stuff that I had already done in the military, but
I'm glad I've never had that happen to me. I've heard it's the worst thing ever.
I mean, I don't know. Either I'm just like a big dumb like animal, and I just don't like concern. And plus, I think I like seeing other people in pain. Like it keeps me warm. So I'm like, well, if I'm gonna do this like 10 other dudes, I won't be the biggest bitch in the room, right? Like,
yeah,
fastest swimmer, but I ain't the slowest. So, went and did that, and that's not even like something. But I had to go through like these different training certifications of shit that I already kind of knew how to do, but I had to navigate it and get it done fast. So I went and got like a Part 107 drone pilot license, which is pretty fucking easy because we were JTACs, we understood airspace, right?
Yeah.
You just had to understand like the regulatory side of it and, know what the FAA box looked like, really. I mean, you're going to operate in or out of it, you kind of, but I want to know what it looks like. I had to get some corporate licenses to do private security, the ability to be like a certified firearms instructor. I'm like, really? Can you just give me the damn thing? Like how about this state? I bring you a case of beer, you give me this thing, and we'll be good with it. I won't screw it up. No, you got to go through the whole process. It's elongated. It relies on variables of government workers at every different stage, which is basically like, relying on the DMV to get somewhere. Well, they're not that inefficient, but it is.
Yeah, the layers of bureaucracy like holding back your goal that you're trying to work towards.
And it's a worthwhile conversation to have because all the stuff we complain about the inefficiencies of the military, like guys, they still exist. Guys and gals, they exist out in the civilian sector too, and you have to be able to navigate those. If you have,
I think some of them are probably even harder out in the civilian sector because in the military you can be a little bit more rough edge with how you approach.
Yep.
Something's messed up with IPAC. You're a staff sergeant. You go to IPAC. You're like, what the fuck is wrong with this? Like, let's get this fixed. And you can't do that. Like, you can't do that in the real world.
You've gone through the transition part, so that like no matter what badass shit you did in the Marine Corps, no matter how many shitheads you dispatched or killed or whatever, like. Some fucking Lance Corporal at IPAC is still fucking determining your fucking way out with that stamp, like
yep.
It's just, so you take that patience and carry it forward where you can and be resourceful and figure stuff out. Like we did that. I went and I wasn't getting like a lot off of that. So I thought I would like learn something from that stuff. It was really just more paperwork and administrative stuff. And by the way, my business partners did not like doing that shit. They do it where they have to, but they don't like it. And I was like, well, I can kind of figure this out. I know a little bit about software, and I built like some programs that would streamline. If you're filling the same paperwork out 20 times a fucking day, you should probably figure out some way to solve that problem, right? So you're not wasting the time on that. So I took the task figuring out little stuff like that, workflows, automations. I went and took. I got the opportunity to go out to a shortened version of SWAT team leaders course. It's not like it made me a SWAT team commander from it, but I got to attend that in the private sector out in Michigan with a lot of the sheriffs and SWAT team commanders and sergeants. And the guy that taught it was the first LE guy, the sergeant that went into Columbine High School during that thing. So that was a cool experience. I learned a lot about liability, negligence, and managing training in the law enforcement sector, and then kind of translated those to combine with our military mentality of record keeping and administrative process and tried to build it based on that. Right. So, because your ROEs and then your liability in the law enforcement, then mix it with like, now you're not a cop, right? I don't want to be a rent-a-cop or a mall cop, but like I'm out there doing stuff for people that is important, that value. I mean, you got like, if you got a billionaire, that guy's time is worth 10 grand an hour, if not 50 grand an hour, right? Like when you start to look at it like that, you know, that dude gets sick or something like that. Like that's pretty damn costly. It's worth a lot more than we're getting paid for it, but we like to get paid well for it. And a lot of that's in the advanced work and the planning. So risk assessments, a lot of guys go into the civilian security sector. They either wash out, plateau, or like go to a different area because it's kind of hard. Some guys do a really good job and stay with it for a while. Or they go into like one of the firearm sectors or something like that, which is cool. I dig it. I like building businesses. I dig it. I didn't start. I mean, we co-founded, right? So we built it with other guys. I was trying, especially on a podcast, you're not talking to my entire team behind me here, but like, right? We did it all together. I wouldn't have done it myself. Half the time I had no clue what I was doing, and the aggregate of us figuring it out and researching it was what came up with the answer. On the other side, when we fucked something up, it was the aggregate of us fixing it that made us survive, right? So, and that's especially important right now because it is survival mode for damn near 30% of Americans right now. Like the statistics are fucking insane on this.
It is crazy.
I'm throwing my tinfoil hat on here with you in a little bit, but it's interesting. So we got to that. We started actually 3 businesses. We have multiple LLCs and corporations and stuff like that because it's a pretty complex structure when you're managing liabilities. I mean, we got a federal firearms license. We got all kinds of licenses, really. I mean, I got a wall full of business licenses that like it's like the I love me wall for the company, you know? But it's merit-based stuff. We're just proud of the paperwork and the background checks we had to fill out to get through that. And I got to go through like 7 background checks a year from different cities, counties, states, federal stuff. And it's weird. You know, you get used to that stuff when you're doing your SF-86 forms and crap like that. I'm like, hey, you have this document. Can I just give you this SF-86 form that I've kept current for the past several years, which is, for the people that don't know, it's, about 50, 60 pages, depending on how many people you've interacted with in foreign countries or like ex-wives you have, like, and places you've lived. So, and that's what determines whether you get adjudicated for secret or top secret or TSSCI clearances and stuff like that. So, we were used to that, but there's a lot to figure out. And then the human dynamic, man, hiring people, having, veterans come on board that we hired them because they're awesome guys and gals. And then they, maybe make a bad decision, or plus it's Vegas, it's not like you have the most, like you don't have the highest concentration of responsible conservative people living here. You have a lot of fly by night things, a lot of hacks in the business. And, we work in the financial sector. We do asset transportation. We do all kinds of stuff at scale, to a sense. And going back to General Miller's thing, like these guys are going to get out and make $1 million. So we've been in business since mid 2016. 2017 was when we really started like producing revenue. And I mean, we're about to hit the $10 million mark as a business in terms of gross revenue. Now, I'm not pocketing a lot of money, and actually,
you're building a business, man.
Candidly, dude, I'm broker than I've ever been in my life, and I don't give a shit at all.
But are you happy?
Yeah.
There you go.
But happy is it's a stock value too, right? Like, like had good days and bad days in the Marine Corps. When the bad days stacked up past the good days, I made decisions. So I am happy. I'm happy with the people I'm around. I like training people. It's a different environment. I don't have a bunch of Marines working for me. Even if they were Marines.
Yeah.
Go to a security officer and be like,
yeah. I think it's awesome that you got out and you like pursued, you came up with a plan, you made a plan and you pursued it. And I think one takeaway from what you said, how you've started multiple companies, you have multiple LLCs and stuff like that, is that people come out of the military thinking, I'm going to go out and I'm going to do this. And then when you go out and you actually do it, you realize it's not exactly what you thought it was going to be like. And you end up doing something else or something similar. And I think that's something that people need to realize when they get out. Don't be so set on one path, because the path may not be as clear as you think it is. And, there's just, and you're going to become aware of so many different opportunities in different fields, like, I don't know. I think that's an important thing for people to understand, just to, when you transition out, have an open mind about what you're going to do next. Like, this may be your goal, but don't make that the end all be all and burn bridges just to get to a goal that may not be what you thought it was when you first came up with it, you know?
Agility, man. Semper Gumby, adapt and overcome, like that type of stuff. It's also about having kind of an open mentality on it too. I mean, I mentioned before, like if I recount, people say thank you for your service a lot, right? Like, especially when you got to go around in public sometimes and like, get like I remember in Wounded Warriors, like being paraded in front of politicians and like handshakes and cameras were like a thing you got used to. And like, thank you for your service. I'm like, look, man, I didn't try and step on that fucking ID. And like, I'm here because it's a tax dollar funded adventure with the guys that I care about. And I get to do shit that is hard and challenging and quite frankly, fucking awesome. I mean, I may have like entered the military because I wanted to serve my country, but then I like realized that the machine's going to continue without me. So it's not really about me. Also, I had to do things that I didn't think were in very good service to my country at all either. Like, I regret a whole lot of it, but, I'm like, that shit didn't help this war out or anything like that. Like it's the goofy part of it, right? So keeping the agility, like I mean, depending on like philosophies in life and stuff like that, like you're a number spinning around on a ball, right? Like sometimes shit doesn't go your way and a lot of it's not in your favor. And I should probably manage stress and like live these words more better than I'm telling people to.
Everybody's like that. I'm the worst about that.
Yeah. We're all
I'm the guy that's like, what you ought to do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Let me give you some unsolicited advice right now.
Exactly.
I don't do that in the gym, but like, yeah, I do it. And, but I like the pursuit, man. I like the pursuit. I like building stuff with a team. I've eaten shit a couple times out here, like pretty hard. I've had some really hard life lessons to the tune of like, I probably would have made a lot more money if I didn't make those decisions, or collectively as a team if we didn't make decisions like that. And those lessons learned are very important. I've been betrayed. Now, I like to not really say it that way because I think like when people say betrayed, it's like, well, what did you do to leave yourself open to that opportunity, right? Like somebody stole my laptop. Well, you left it in your fucking car unlocked too, right? Like, and people steal. And so stuff like that. I had some hard times where like I thought I could trust the direction and the ambitions and work ethic and discipline of guys that I served with or that I was kind of from the same environment as. I kind of just gave them
the benefit of the doubt.
I think there was just like an expectation that I like let persist, even though there were signs telling me that they weren't going to work out that way.
Yeah.
And one of the things we say is, and Recon Marines, and probably other people say it too, but like I'm responsible for everything my team does or fails to do, right? And I have to go around and be like, hey guys, I fucked this up. And they're like, well, why are you telling people that? I'm like, because I want them to know that this company culture has to recognize failures and adapt from those and because if we fail twice, that's stupid. If I got like the unarmed security officers over here and the armed security officers over here and the executive protection agent and the asset transport guys and, my training division and stuff. And if the unarmed guys make a stupid mistake that like causes us to lose money or like somebody lose their job or like something like that, and then 2 weeks later, the armed guys make the same mistake, well, how the fuck do we not connect those two compartments and be like, let's not do this dumb stuff anymore, right?
Yeah.
That's a process that I want. And usually it's because bad news gets worse with time. And people don't want to, they want to self-preserve. They want to let somebody else find out and kind of dust their tracks up in the sport pit so that they, I
know exactly what you're talking about.
I try and teach people not to do that, man. I'd rather you guys run over to me and be like, man, I fucked something up. And I'd be like, sweet, how do we fix it?
Let's take care of it real quick before it gets too much. Yeah.
So,
It's fun, man. It's a good time. It's building stuff on the outside is great. I like it. It's exciting and it's scary, because you don't know and there's no safety net. It's not like the military where I don't know if I'm going to get paid next week. It all depends on how well I do at this. That's just how it is. And that's what people need to realize when they come out also.
We've had times where like a client was late on their bill, but it was such a large account that if you told them to like go fuck themselves, you'd lose the account. And that's not just, you do damage your reputation, all kinds of stuff. Plus like, you learn that cash flow problems happen in business. I mean, everybody says cash is king, cash is king. I don't think people really understand that until they get like a few, I don't think a few months is enough, but like a few years almost of data and be like, all right, this is where, 1 and 2 days of late payments have affected us, or this is where we're like, we didn't charge the right amount for something. I've had times where like we didn't get paid and I still had to pay my people or they're going to quit, and I'd go to the wife and be like, hey, that little nest egg we got, like it's all coming out of the bank and we got $0 in the bank right now. And also I got to take I'm going to hit the credit card hard and you have to be able to do that and kind of all the stuff you get from financial management classes in the military or even in college, you got to be able to break every one of those fucking rules to get to the next level too.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. All right, man. Well, we're at just like almost 3.5 hours. So I think we should cut it here and maybe do another podcast later on in the future.
Man. I'll for sure come back on. I'd love to have,
I wouldn't mind coming out there sometime and maybe we could sit down, I could bring all my whole setup and everything and set up out there. And if any of the guys that you have in your company, if you guys want to sit down and do like a deep dive into the company and stuff like that, we can do that.
Yeah. We did that. Plug skill set guys. A couple of us went down there and did that with them. A little bit shorter, different environment, different audience, stuff like that. But I love it. I think, I don't fancy myself much of a public speaker, but I also know that there's some stuff that I've either experienced or figured out that I really want somebody else to learn from those lessons, good, bad, and different, whatever. I want guys to know when to fold the cards, to use like a gambling thing, because that's the stuff we get fucked up on. We go way too long down the road and don't make decisions, and I think that's important. I think keeping the dialogue and kind of the environment that demystifies a lot of the transitional side of it. I'm hiring veterans all the time, and I'm looking for different stuff at different levels. And, one guy might come in with a resume that doesn't really fit it, but he shows some other kind of promise. And it's like, all right, let's throw you in a position that you're not ready for and see if we can have somebody train you for. And that's how you achieve return on investment as well, too. And, but it's
well,
I love talking about this stuff.
If people want to look more into your company and stuff, what are some of the links that they should be looking at?
I think our Instagram is Invictus International, or at Invictus International. We have another business that I'll bring that stuff with you on the podcast. It's actually shifted more to like a philanthropic effort to like raise money for nonprofits, but the Invictus Experience is kind of a fun project that
it looks cool. I've seen some of the videos. Those look sick.
We were like joking around making that, and then ended up in the Neiman Marcus Christmas catalog it was like we don't make a ton of money off it, but we've generated like a few $100,000 for pretty important nonprofits. So that's been really cool.
That's cool.
So I'm not going to make it a nonprofit, but I don't know the direction. So we just kind of take it where it goes. It's pretty cool. We don't have a ton of employees on that business. I contract most of the guys in for pretty fun stuff and flying planes around, helicopters and shooting machine guns and racing supercars and stuff. And there's just a lot of cool experience.
Can't be mad about that.
No, man. We'll jam out a little bit on it. There's a lot of smoke and mirrors in this town.
Yeah.
I don't say like you gotta know the right people, because you do. That is a component of it. But like, yeah, you know the right people. That's fine. You got to provide the right level of value to people. Like you got to understand other business models and be able to drive business that way. And if I was to leave this podcast with like a piece of unsolicited advice for people, it's don't be afraid to put out like. I said put out value to other people, and I'm probably like quoting enough of like startup people out there, but don't be afraid to like do something for other business owners, other employees, other humans that you expect nothing in return for. And even to continue doing that stuff with nothing in return, or sometimes to like, even maybe take like a little bit of a knife in the side and still do stuff for people, because in the aggregate, after time, you build up a reputation for it, and then people don't fuck with you because they don't fuck you over because they don't want to lose your relationship because you become so valuable to them. That's been very important. And giving without expectation of return, it's something that fulfills me and makes me feel good. And it's Easter Sunday, whether you believe in zombie Jesus or, Odin or, Passover as well too for our Jewish friends. But it's cool, man. I grew up a Catholic. I think the biggest thing we take from all that stuff is being good to each other. We've got a virus going around right now, and you can see it in people's eyes that are scared. Guys like you and I, lived off malaria pills for years. Probably came in contact with tuberculosis.
Yeah.
I got dysentery twice and lost 25 to 30 pounds on each one of them. It doesn't mean that I'm downplaying the seriousness of this. I have family members that I really want to make sure are okay because they just got over cancer or something. It breaks my heart, but like people are scared, and it's always time to come back together as a community. I don't know how 9/11 really was because I wasn't here for it. I was gone, but it seems like we're maybe shifting that. But a lot of people I see out there, like they're scared. They got the eye of the gerbil.
Well, I think the people that are the most scared are, one, the older people that know that they're in that bracket of people that are in the most danger, or two, they're people that have never had a real, I don't know, like a real challenge like that. Like you said, you had dysentery a couple times. We've lived through some shitty situations, so we can look back and go, you know what, like this sucks, but it's not this bad. I can always reflect on something that was worse. It could always be worse is one of the things I used to say all the time in the Marine Corps. Like people would be like, this sucks. I'm like, yeah, but it could always be worse. Like it could be raining,
I love that we can access the wealth of the world's knowledge at our fingertips. And, most people are looking at cat videos, but, we're watching this like death toll tick up, and I put some of this stuff out on Instagram. And I don't know. I don't want to put it out like tinfoil, but 7,800 people die a day in the U.S. as it is. And I'm not saying like, hey, people need to die. That's part of life, right? That's part of our carrying capacity
none of us are getting out of this alive.
But I'm pretty disappointed in the way the government's dealt with it. It's unprecedented to shut down the economy. It's a hard time for us, and I'm having to, furlough people. I'm trying not to lay anybody off, but I have to. I've had people have had to cut hours, and they go to the unemployment line on it. But some people we have benefit systems for that, and the reality of it is, if some of our entry level guys, if you're in the $12 to $15 to $18 an hour job market, it's sometimes unemployment's a better option. Sometimes the state can pay you out of the funds that we've built better than we can provide and sustain our business. And if the whole business goes down, everybody loses. So there's a little bit of a greater good mentality for that. But it's weird, man. The whole city's down. I want us to return to it fast. I also don't want people to get sick and die and get hurt. But I feel like we can be more responsible as individuals and not walk up to somebody and cough on them, not herd into a pile at the airport. Like,
yeah, some people are just assholes, man. Like you hear about people, they talk about how like Asian Americans are worried about being discriminated against. Like I think someone was attacked, and it's like, I think that is because that person's already insane. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that didn't just come out of nowhere. They're just there's something wrong with them already. And then, 330 million people in this country, there's bound to be a few assholes or people that just are going to buck the system no matter what.
It's unfortunate that like the pre-existing condition for COVID wasn't being stupid and it just got rid of all those people. But
yeah, life's harder when you're stupid.
Yeah. Good old John Wayne. But yeah, I mean, I've got confidence in it. I think they'll come back, and we're a tough company with a lot of good people there. And it's we have taken a hit, and it's hard to ride this wave of like growing and booming and doing that, and then be like, kick in the nuts, like
yeah,
survive now.
Yeah, I've seen a few businesses around here that have like they're still hanging like grand opening signs and stuff where they had opened up in the last couple of months, and now they're shuttered. It's like, dude, that sucks, man. Like. What a horrible time, because you pull the trigger, you're like, I'm going to start this business, I'm going to do it, and then you do it, and then a month later, boom, the economy shut down. It's like, man, you feel for those people for sure, and you feel for the employees. I'm lucky where I'm like a one-man show, I do the printing and stuff, my jkramergraphics.com, that website. My printers are third-party people. Like I don't do the printing myself, so that makes it easier for me. However, I'm now dealing with this printing company is shutting down because of the virus. So now I got to shift products to this one because I have different printers for different products. And so that's obviously a headache for me, but I don't have the concern of having to tell an employee that, hey man, I can't afford to pay you, so I'm going to have to lay you off or whatever. I'm grateful for that. And it's unfortunate that's something you're going through, and millions of Americans are going through. But I mean, it's just one of those things, man. You can't plan for it. It just happens. And then we all got to do our best just to get through it and stuff.
We should play better for it, right? Like that's the thing too. And that's kind of a lesson we look at is like, we were pretty early on educating ourselves on that. We were already actually in the process for an SBA loan because interest rates have gone down, and we've gone through like we did the pitches and raised money. We didn't have I think we actually had a good idea, and we executed our business plan well. So that wasn't that hard. I know a lot of people that are in the startup realm, and they struggled with that. They put a lot of stress into it. I used to go pitch businesses in LA, like that were just business models I wrote in my undergrad. I would go out and join a pitch competition with people that were like pitching to get money to get their business model out there. And I was pitching a business model that I built for a project. And I did that to like just demystify and like kind of crush the ego and shit like that. And it was a fucking awesome experience. And I encourage people to get involved in stuff like that. We were already pretty well in tune with what the resources that were going to be out there for this. And there's some really good opportunities with the Paycheck Protection Program and the CARES Act and stuff. I don't expect the government to bail us out of shit. So we plan as if that stuff doesn't come. But we had to get it well ahead of like managing the disruptions in our supply chains and also doing that for, a business book of clients that their businesses have been substantially impacted and they're nervous and scared and going into survival mode and have, employees. And we're not far away from people being hungry and desperate and poor right now. We're getting, I've seen.
I don't know, man. I think, I don't know. I think it's bad right now, but I don't think it's that bad. There are people that are struggling 100%. Like I'm not downplaying that at all, but I don't think it's going to get to the point. So I was talking to somebody yesterday about this. There is no way that the citizens of this country are going to let this, like they're not going to stay in lockdown for a year. It's just not going to happen. People are going to be like, F you, F this, I'm going out and I'm doing whatever because you're talking about locking down an entire country to save for a virus that has a 1% death rate. You know what I'm saying? Like, and we all get it. Hey, we should lock down. Everyone's social distancing, or we should be doing what we're doing and stuff like that. But that can only go so far because then being trapped in your house forever is bad on mental health. Not having a paycheck coming in is bad on mental health and physical health because now I can't go to the gym. Well, I can't afford to buy the food that I want to get, or if it's even there. It's just, there's no way that the people are going to allow this to continue for months and months and months. There's going to be a revolt, if the economy doesn't open back up within a couple months. I see it, and I know there's going to be a second wave, and they're talking about how this could be a virus that comes back every year like the flu.
And we're going to be freaked out about it now when epidemiologists look at like, and look, well, I should preface that with like, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about when it comes to that stuff. Now I've read,
I'm not a doctor,
and talked to a lot of pretty smart people about this. And I have to, like, I'm up on CDC and OSHA all the time. I have to keep track of that stuff because as a business owner with a lot of employees, I have to be doing the right thing for them, both from a regulatory side and from a human side.
Yeah.
And you got to know the box to operate inside and out of it. So that's important. But it freaks me out a little bit because look how willing, I don't mean willing, like, you talk about like the likelihood of a revolt. Now I'm seeing out here petty crimes. I interact with the Metro Police Department a lot, and I keep kind of up on crime trends and everything. You're seeing, as of the grocery store last night, they closed their doors 20 minutes early before the advertised closing time. There was like 3 fights that almost broke out outside of there, and I was like, I'd already gone in, just happenstance, gone in a little early, doing some kind of honey, grab these things for Easter or whatever. And my wife works from home because she's a clinical social worker. So she does telehealth right now, which has been an adaptation for her. So we kind of like, I've been out every single day. I mean, when this thing first happened, I was breaking up crowds of people for like hours that were just like, I was like, wow, this went pretty fast to being savage, like they're outside of fighting over, whatever retail types environments and stuff like that. People are very used to now getting exactly what they want when they want it.
Yeah,
for
sure.
That's awesome. We took a lot of that stuff for granted.
We're way too comfortable.
And I'm concerned also with the other side of how many Americans were like, well, non-essential businesses, shelter in place, stay home for, insert your state here. And that's become like almost this nobility movement of, but let's look at the reality of it. The workforce is not as productive when they're at home, right? I know that working at home, I'm maybe anywhere between 50 and 80% is productive, depending on how well I do. But like, there's nothing noble about sitting in your sweatpants all day and fucking finishing Netflix. It's just,
people need purpose.
Yeah, and like fuck, we're not gonna rebuild. We're gonna fucking drown out our GDP for 2 fucking months on this thing, and we're gonna have to rebuild that country and get people comfortable with it. It's a pretty substantial hit that we haven't weathered before, and like we're tipping a pretty big hand right now to the rest of the world as well. Everybody's in a hard place. We're in this together in the world, but I'm pretty sure there's still people that hate the Western U.S. Right?
Oh yeah, always.
You've met enough people in your life that would kill you if they got the chance, and I have too, and like that makes me fucking nervous, and I want to see people do better.
Well,
with that,
I think this whole thing has opened a lot of people's eyes on preparedness, personal preparedness. Having some extra food in the house, having water in the house, having toilet paper. Apparently that's a huge deal.
Having a plan, I think, is the important part.
Yeah, exactly. And and people, what gets me is like I'm in California, right? I'm in San Diego. If you don't already have a week or 2 weeks worth of food stored up, then you're kind of a moron. You're like in an area that's constantly getting hit with earthquakes, right? Fires, evacuations because of mudslide. Like there's all these things, natural disasters that happen out here. And people still don't have like the basic necessities to survive for a week on their own without, an infrastructure to support them.
That doesn't blow my mind because I see like, I told you like my business is not all veterans. And like one of the things we've been very successful with is you got a lot of, I think the politically correct term for it is disadvantaged communities. I got a lot of guys and gals alike that come in and I don't know it right away, but after working for us for a few months, sometimes under good circumstances, sometimes under bad circumstances, I find out they've been like, some of them are veterans too. So I find out they're like living in their car. They've got like custody battles going on with their kids. They're hurting financially, or I find out they've got like, thousands of dollars in payday loans and no bank account. And there's a thin line kind of as an employer of where I should walk on that one. But as like a Marine, that I had guys that didn't know how to read and write when they came to me as a Marine at times, and like trying to take them to combat and take them home to their families afterwards. I feel a certain sense of duty, I suppose, to like make sure that people are better when they leave the door than when they came in, in one shape or form or another. And I want to do more of that. I always feel like I'm not doing a good enough job of that. Like when I sit there and we say like, well, people are dumb if they don't have 2 weeks of food to stay up. Well, I got a chest freezer in my garage. I've always had one. I'm not even really a hunter. I like hunting, but I just don't get out and do it a lot. Hunters out there are like, fuck yeah, I've been planning for this moment my whole life, I look at people that are going hungry, and the mentality of the worker, right? The semi-skilled laborer, right? I'm not talking about like my fucking former CAG dudes and Recon dudes and shit that do awesome jobs for us. I'm talking about maybe the
average Joe with a high school education.
Sure. Or that, right? Like the guy but he's been working in the security industry in Vegas for like 5 to 6 years. And he's been surrounded by people that, these are valuable people that do a job that is a risk that keeps an economy going for 55 million visitors a year. And by the way, we want Vegas to be cool because we like that part of the world, right? Like almost everybody loves it. Conferences or partying, whatever, or both, because that's what we see. But I think there's more we can be doing to fix that side of it. And I haven't cracked the code on that yet. I don't know that I ever will, but I'm seeing some progress pairing these guys and gals up with veterans that have kind of figured some of it out. The symbiosis of leadership, the symbiosis of survival, the discipline that's coming out of it. It's fucking cool, man. That's the most rewarding part of this. And also you eat shit 10 times for every time you succeed on it too.
Sure.
You have to be kind of prepared for that, but those dice rolls are worth the win on it. And I want to see America doing more of that. I want to see us bounce back from this. I'd like to see us probably not like adhere to shelter-in-place orders and just keep fucking distance from people and be smart.
Yeah.
Like,
well, once they figure out this antibody test and get it rolled out, we can kind of start seeing the actual numbers of who's had it already and start releasing like regular people out to go back to work and stuff like that, and keeping our vulnerable populations, our elderly and immunocompromised people, they maintain their own isolation for the period, as long as is required. That's where I see it going. But what I'm saying is this like where they want everyone sheltered in place, this isn't going to last, but if they extend it for another month, you're going to start seeing some real revolts because, like, even here, you can't even walk on the beach anymore. You'll get a ticket if you go on the beach. there's a pretty popular photo going around of a guy that was out paddleboarding up in I don't know, anywhere. He was up north by Newport Beach or something like that, and he was out on the ocean by himself, and they bring in 2 boats to come in and arrest him. They cuff him and take him to jail for breaking the quarantine and out there paddleboarding. No one on the beach, no one in the water. And by the way, California is releasing criminals out of jail because of the threat of COVID to them. But now they're going to turn around and arrest a dude and take him to there. It's like, get the fuck out of here, man. People aren't going to put up with that for very long.
I saw the mayor of LA, and I don't know the validity to this. And it's also like, social media propagates a bunch of bullshit. We got a lot of foreign actors operating in our news space right now. And I mean, our own media isn't doing the best job of it either. But I try and stick to, if there's a bill that's coming out, I try and read the bill. I don't try and read the commentary, right? Like, watch C-SPAN, not CNN. And that kind of sucks too. That's boring and it's not efficient. But you look at all the stuff. The mayor of LA said he was like issuing out rewards for like people turning in. Yeah. Like that. Like, and just throw a band on them and tattoo a little number on their arm. We'll figure that out too. And I don't want to downplay the Jewish community or even make a Holocaust reference that like compares it to this by any means, but like
it's a slippery slope, man. When your government's advocating for you to snitch on your neighbor for not sitting in their house, like get out of here. Man.
When I watched Governor Sisolak come on and address everybody with the because we didn't do a full shelter in place. Not that every state varies on it, but they came out and said, hey, stay home, non-essential businesses like hair salons and massage parlors and gaming establishments, you shut down. And then they didn't issue an order that actually defined what that stuff was for like 5 days. And at the end of his thing, he said, and I encourage everybody to go get unemployment. And I'm like, so we're going to make this decision. It's going to be funded because people don't know that unemployment is not paid for by the government.
Yeah, it's paid for by the companies that employ those people.
We've been really good with that. We have a really low turnover rate compared to our industry. It's still like 10%. Our industry is like 25. Vegas is unique for that, but we've done really well with that. And now, like, you got a federal subsidy supposed to come in place that increases unemployment by like $600 a week. You got checks coming down. We're disincentivizing people to get out and work and solve these problems and figuring it out. That artificially changes the minimum wage. Minimum wage sucks. You can't live off that stuff. There's people out here that work 3-4 jobs. Also, like,
yeah, but
what else?
Okay, I'm on the party. I'm with the party though that if you're working a minimum wage job as an adult, then there's somewhere along your life that you made a bad decision. There's some self. Like you need to look internal and go, why am I working at a minimum wage job as a 30-year-old? Like that's a high school kid's job.
Yeah. We do a lot of pay advances as a company. There's a lot of predatory lenders and stuff out here. And I have a little bit of visibility or optics on that industry, and it's kind of tough. And they'll thrive in this economy as well too, but you're lending people debt that they can never dig out of. And, I'd rather just advance if they've worked the hours, I'd rather cut, if we have the money to do it, and we have to be very careful from an HR standpoint. But we'll advance people their paychecks early if they come into a tough patch. But part of that is I don't want to like interrogate somebody about that or make it uncomfortable, because if they're asking for help, I think that's a commendable thing. But a lot of times I'll sit down and be like, all right, hey, let's have you sit down with somebody and build a financial plan and like see how we don't end up in this scenario again. Mm-hmm. And you find out like, well, they went to a nightclub on Saturday night after a Friday payday and bought a $700 bottle of booze, and now they can't. Yeah. And it's like, and fuck, man, I made really bad decisions. I told you about being in Hawaii and not in the.
We all do.
Like we made minimum wage for if we were hourly, we'd be killing it. But I don't want to see the economy like that fall apart. It's going to take us some time to build it back up. I'm a little concerned about how we've quickly relied. I mean, even our company, we're sitting here going, man, we hope we get that paycheck protection program to go through. Cautiously optimistic, right? But like. There's not enough money to fund all that stuff. No,
not for how long, And where's this money coming from, right? I was told, and I don't know, I'd have to do more research, that these $1,200 stimulus checks that they're sending out to everybody is basically a loan on next year's tax return.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be like some forgiveness that goes with it as well. I mean, the whole program that came out for businesses, right? Like we got in really early with that. We had some decent placement and access to like the people that were working on and also we had some smart guys reading the bills and like tracking the actual news and not just the headlines on Vox or like in Forbes or whatever that gives people kind of incomplete guidance. The actual rollout of that stuff and the actual rollout of unemployment benefits for 17 million Americans is what we're at right about now. We were at about 3 to 4% unemployment. We're approaching a 13 to 14%. That number's probably not even close to the real unemployment rate because of the bottleneck that's in that system right now. And, oh, by the way, all state workers are working from home, right? Like there's that component of it. So you got your gig workers, your independent contractors and stuff like that. It's fucking scary when you look at like what's actually coming out of this. Get rid of GDP for a month.
I'm hoping that what comes out of this, one thing that's positive is we see how much work doesn't necessarily need to be done in an office environment, like how that can change, like the actual work flow. Maybe companies now look at it and go, you know what? Maybe we don't need to have people come in 5 days a week. Maybe we have people come in 2 days a week, and the rest of the time it's work from home because you can do that. We're proving that you can do that. College education is going to change. Yeah. I'm fully online now at SDSU. I don't like it. I'm doing worse.
Well,
I will say
you're journalism, right?
Yeah, it's writing, man. It's all writing. If I was a STEM major, oh my God, dude, I couldn't imagine doing some kind of advanced math class or something like that over online. Like,
well, so look at that for the gals that are listening that are transitioning right now too, though. Like depending on the area you're pursuing too, becoming efficient with that stuff and understanding that like how you use your time, right? That's something we need to look at like all the time, right? So the COVID's taught us again that hour-long meetings can be 15-minute meetings, right? Yep. Or fucking 10-minute. And then meetings can be conference calls. Conference calls can be emails. Emails can be text messages, and text messages can be don't say shit about it and just do something, right? Yeah. Like, so I think that's important. I think we'll forget very soonly after this because we have a very short attention span as a country and as a society. But it's taught us a little bit about it. We have to be a little bit more prepared for this infectious disease type stuff. That shit's going to evolve. I don't tinfoil that type stuff. There's a lot of indicators that there's some other type of stuff going on. I don't have like a conspiracy theory in particular, but I think we probably could have done better in November and December as a society on this stuff. But you or I probably would have been like, flu kills a bunch of people, man. Just don't be stupid. Wash your hands and like don't stick your fingers in your mouth, and you'd probably be okay. But
well, I mean, it's easy to look back and go, why didn't like the administration do something in November? Like supposedly they got an intel report saying that virus, whatever. In December, we actually knew about the virus. And January, I think the first case came to the U.S. Yeah, or maybe it was early February.
Oh, it had to have been earlier than that though.
But all the way, it was January or February, but all the way until like the end of January, the World Health Organization was saying that this was not a pandemic and that this was not transferable from human to human. And then we found out it is. And then people keep pointing to President Trump saying some of the stuff he said early on, like, hey, it's not a big deal. Hey, this isn't like, it's not going to spread. But then they forget, they failed to look at like Nancy Pelosi going to Chinatown on February 24th saying, hey, come to Chinatown. The president's a racist. You can come out here and eat. It doesn't matter. Coronavirus isn't going to get you sick here in Chinatown. And then you have Bill de Blasio in March 13th, I think, or March 14th, who comes out and says, hey, keep using the subway, keep going to shows. He even sent out a tweet recommending different movies that people should go to. And this was after the president declared a national emergency and was pushing social distancing. And now you look at New York City and what's going on there. But then it pisses me off. Like I'm not a huge Trump supporter. Like I come off like one sometimes because I feel like I'm defending him so much.
I hate all politicians, man.
I think the dude's an asshole. And I think that he does a lot of things like he's very egotistical and stuff like that. And I think that messes some stuff up. Someone put it a really good way. It might have been on Joe Rogan or something like that. But they said like, I don't like the packaging, but I like the product. I don't like how he gets on Twitter and he's an asshole and he says some shit and some of his press briefings, he goes off the script, and talks about random stuff. But I think overall as an administration, they're doing a decent job with the information that they had. Even Anthony Fauci in February was saying that this was not going to be a huge deal in the United States and that it was not going to reach pandemic levels in the United States. And now obviously he's the one everyone's looking at for the best information. And even he was saying that, so it's like we have a short memory and we're really easy to judge somebody, especially if they're on the other team, if you will. And I don't know, man. It just, for me, it's super frustrating. I don't know.
Yeah. Calm breeds calm. We try and nobody's quick to declare a crisis, right? But then when you realize that, like, oh shit, we should have done this like a week ago and done something, and then but then we got to compensate for what we didn't do a week or a month or 6 months ago. I mean,
some news organizations and stuff are like asking Trump, like, basically, like, why he's not freaking out. It's like, why would you really want him to, like, induce panic into the general public? Like, why wouldn't you want him to keep hey guys, everything's going to be okay. Hey, it's all going to work out. Like, I feel like that's the right messaging. Even if things are kind of going downhill and things are getting messy, like, you got to still keep a positive spin as someone in that position. Because if you go, hey guys, we're in a really shitty situation and everyone's fucked, like, how bad would everyone freak out after that? Like,
well, the level of dependence we have on a overly inflated government is kind of crazy, and especially like working for it for a long time. I mean, we talked about the independence and the liabilities that thrive in the military, right? Like, man, like, let's just get. I have a couple hypotheses about this, but like, I mean, let's not forget that, like, we are going to vote for a president in between Joe Biden and President Trump. Like, okay, hopefully it disrupts some of the things, and like we come out of the other side better on it. And I think that, like, I don't particularly care who the president is anyway. I'm more pissed off about the process on how people get there and how we really have no control over that, which is the ruse of democracy, as you will. But we got to do a little bit better with that, man. I mean, Walgreens, people are going to go out and get the prescriptions, right? If you go to the drive-thru and it's full, you're going to go into the store. Well, I've observed, just as kind of like observing this social experiment, right? Like, I've observed that people will stack up on top of each other, damn near nut to butt, which is not even comfortable, until you put stickers on the floor that are 6 feet apart that says "stand here." Like, what 6 feet is, how to distance. Just
do it.
Do something that is going to help you, instead of being like, why don't I wait till somebody tells me this and I'm going to complain about it? And we fucking do it in the military too. Like, we got to take a little bit more accountability and responsibility as individuals.
Yeah, personal responsibility and personal accountability is a huge issue in our society. People are somehow feeling that they are owed something by someone else, or it's like, I don't know, man. It's super frustrating. I'm gonna have to stop the conversation here though, because we're at like almost 4 hours. No, it's cool. What's that?
That should be some good rant bites, bro.
Oh, yeah. 100%. People were looking forward to this episode. Like, when I put this on my Facebook and my Instagram and stuff, people were like, fuck yeah, like, I was getting a lot of messaging and stuff like that. So I think people are really going to enjoy this conversation. So I'm glad you came on. I'm glad you finally were able to link up and make this happen. I definitely want to have you come on again sometime in the future. We'll sit down and, maybe when all this kind of starts to blow over a little bit, you can talk about how your company is in like kind of the rebuilding phase after this whole process. Let's try and do like I haven't done these before. I've been meaning to. I need to do better with content. It's just not like, I'm more of an operations type guy than a marketer. I've got some pretty smart people that do that for us, and also we haven't had to market a whole lot. So I'd like to do like a IG live or something with you on it. We can, if people come up with Q&As, open it up. I want to. For sure.
I don't have my own opinion that much, but like.
I'm actually getting it. So my living room, like I said, my living room is basically a studio. Now I got a couple professional lights over here and like a 4K camera and all that stuff. And I'm getting set up so I can at least partially live stream, or at least part of my podcast. I'd like to, some of them do live. That way, while it's streaming live on YouTube, people can sit there and ask questions and stuff like that we can go over. So for sure, we'll get that set up. I just got to get all the technical stuff kind of ironed out. I'm learning so much stuff, man.
We could do it from our phones.
No, you think so? Well, you think so?
Survey your view. No, you do, because that's your business. You know what I mean? You understand that better than I would. I've never claimed that, but I mean, I do think that, like, if we can, I think people can do away with like professional audio if they have some questions they want. And I mean, definitely, like, my Instagram is Matt Recke, MATTRECKE. Guys can jump on and ask me. I'll do my best to answer them. I think you have a stupid question, I'll probably tell you it is, but no, that's more often than not, it's somebody that's like having a problem that we've maybe seen in some way, shape, or form at one point, and either screwed up ourselves or figured out how to get through. So I'm happy to put as much of that knowledge out there as I can.
For sure. No reason to relearn lessons, you know?
Yeah. But hey, bro, I miss you. It's good to see you. You're welcome up here anytime you want. You know, the Hitter Hotel's open. Trying to do some social distancing, so I don't have as many bookings these days. But yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah,
I got to come out and shoot with you guys sometime.
Yeah, come out. We were just on the range yesterday. It was a wonderful time. We had a socially distanced range with people wearing masks and stuff, but we got our work done and got the guys out training. And it was a massive morale boost, and everybody at the end of the day was like, you know, fucking getting cooped up in the house. So.
For sure, dude. I feel it. Yeah. So thanks again for coming on, man. People can check out my Instagram. It's jkramergraphics. I also have. At some point, I'm gonna switch them, but right now, Former Action Guys is my other Instagram. It's kind of my backup account because my J Kramer Graphics one is my main one, and then my website's jkramergraphics.com. So yeah, check it out. And I hope you and your family have a good Easter. And this will probably come out tomorrow. So people that are hearing this or watching it on YouTube, this is recorded on Easter and probably come out on Monday. So
right on. Appreciate you.
Cool, man. Have a good one.
Appreciate you. Take care.
Later.